Welcome back, everyone. Rainy day. Don't take me out in the water. An unlocked barrel. Oh, I must have left my tools in the smithy. Town's looking really good. Starting to shape up. Wonder who sent all this. Nice of them. Must be for Elias. I'll give it to him in his mailbox. There we go. The raft is still here. I need to check and make sure my tools are in the smithy. And they are. That's used for something, but I don't have the medical skill. Just a creepy old guy that's collecting blood for some reason. there's an elephant over there. Someone's building a little sloop over there. We need to run around here. Make sure everything's okay back through here. There we go. It's too close to the barn. You want to call your friend? Oh, I'm too heavy. I don't need to be fighting. And though they launch me even when I'm heavy. Hello, Mr. Turtle. Lots of bottles of milk. Okay, thatch is looking better. Wood needs it now. Fiber. Fiber. Still need to get that up. Stone. How is stone? I don't need to get that up. See if this will go. What is that pig doing all the way out there? It's like, what? Let's help it find its way home. Continue killing thatch. Excuse me. I'd like to check out what a domestic chicken will do. It's got... Somehow I'm supposed to be able to pluck a chicken. I think that would be interesting to start offering chicken meat. Labor. Try this right quick. no, not that one. Take this and drop it off at the museum.
Putting the roof on.
Okay. You need any resources?
Yeah, if I'm gonna do the whole thing, I will. I can stop here and just not worry about it for now, or I can keep going.
Okay, I'll work on the resources.
Alright. You can look in here, see what we need, I'm not sure.
If you're doing wood, it's probably wood.
Need some fiber.
Okay. finish their ship. I hope they didn't leave their ship or take their ship and leave their hut behind. Yeah, surely they'll come back for it. Oh, that's weird. The bigger ship must be gone. Take this silk and swap it for the hemp if we still have it. Gotta get that silk built up over here. We need to gather resources from hemp from other island. We're just not getting enough of it. I'm still too heavy. Forget, there's no walkway right there. Seems like we killed the spawn point for the pig. There hadn't been a pig out here all day. No children allowed unless you enjoy. No, should have done that. All my stuff is. You want call for your friend? Are you calling for your friend? It just looks weird over there. I don't know. Now there's two of them over there. Elephants are multiplying. Get rid of that. Okay, no worries. I'm just out harvesting. So we're doing the roof line, and so I was filling up the workshop and the Boggert bench. Would help if I used the right tool for that. Trying to gather silk along the way. Put silk back over in this resource chest. It would be nice if I could plant silk. Now that would be nice. Did that disappear already? No, it's still there. They sank the raft, but they dropped a sloop. So I guess they've. I'm hoping they'll come back and get the. Can't tell. They may come back and they may not. Boggert. I wish this grassy stuff was fiber. Just swipe it and go. Where'd that raft come from? Hello? Did you see anybody get off the raft?
Did see someone running around. Looked like a lady ran to shore and back out to the raft, but I couldn't tell for sure.
Oh, okay.
I didn't ever see them come this way, though.
No, never did see them go my way either.
Just out running. They may be over by the barns thinking someone's over there.
I'll check.
All right.
Make sure nobody's peeping through the windows. Don't know where they went. I don't understand why people will come this far on a raft. guess because we did it. Oh. Let's go this way and see if there's anything new grown back. Weird. It makes the indentation like there's a tree still there. Go repair my tools. Take this wood. Uh, Boggert side project. Maybe I'll make some money out of that. I don't know. I forgot to repair my stuff. I've taken most of the trees here, so let's set over there to the island and the mainland. Before I get on the ship, I need to morning.
Morning, Boggert. Boggert, is that you?
Yeah.
That's so funny. I just came over here to do the same.
Did you hear somebody at the port?
I was at the barn.
Oh, I heard somebody ring a bell.
Hmm. That wasn't you that rang the bell. Thought that was
Mm,
you.
no, I didn't ring it. I thought you were still at the port.
No, you
Uh,
spry, old man.
I didn't get it.
You move through the water like a fish.
Oh, there's a ship over by the museum. Oh, it looks like going postals over at the museum. Did you want to go over?
No, we may as well. Yeah, you can stand on that dock for 3 days and no one shows up until you depart.
Yeah.
Now, have you tried docking there yet? Now might be a good time to try.
Oh, I parked on the wharf side. There seems to be parking there.
Alright. Just a bit of a jump, Boggert. You can make it.
It's not bad.
Oh.
But there's a chance we could all go on a tour if you like.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Yes, please.
Oh yes, yes, yeah.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we want that.
Could we wait like 5 minutes? Because I have to go lie down for just like 5 minutes.
Sure.
Fine.
I'll be right back. All right. You don't like the creepy vibe, you can be like, can I get somebody that's creepy? Yes, yes you can. That is absolutely doable.
I already feel bad for the ones that are turned down, though.
Can you sign other people and force them to be attached to a pen pal?
Funnily
yes.
enough, we just had a gentleman that signed up a whole bunch of his friends and have entrusted us with picking out names for them. So that'll be a nice surprise for them.
I think I might sign up the Admiral here for that name that you said, that 6969 guy.
Oh, Halibut
unfortunately,
69.
unfortunately, that one is taken.
No. I mean to be pen pals with him.
Wait just a moment.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sure
What'd
he
you
would
say,
love
Ola?
that. if it's allowed.
This a pen pal?
It's the one that you write to.
Oh,
Yeah. And they write back.
Alright, does anybody have any food on them?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Maybe I should do it earlier. I would like to introduce myself. I am Olaf Haraldsson from colony of Denmark, Norway. And we are coming, you know, we usually do trading and some treasure hunting and yeah, mostly trading.
Oh, it's nice to meet you. I'm
Oh,
Madeline.
pleasure to meet you.
And this is Morgan and Hal.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Talsa. I'm the treasure hunter.
Oh, pleasure to meet you.
Well, come forward. I got you a present.
Hey, me? Oh,
They're not great, but it's a start. If you don't like them, you can wipe your tushy with them.
thank you very, very much. Really appreciate it. And you all are welcome to our island. It is in C5, Calamity Bluffs, yeah?
Calamity Bluffs.
Calamity Bluffs. So we are building it up, so it's not finished yet.
So you said C5, but I didn't catch the island.
Calamity Bluffs.
Ah,
I believe he said Calamity Bluffs.
There we go, that's our flyer. I had to just write it up quickly because I forgot to pick some more up off the ship. Keep doing that. I've got like a pocket full of other flyers.
It
but
sounds
not
like
that one.
it sounds like a very fascinating project you two are doing.
Well, it's not just the pen pal thing. That's more a side project. We deal with all sort of postal services. So we deliver mail, small packages. Quite a few companies have employed us to deliver flyers for them. You know, like advertisements and things. So we do that too. What else do we do more?
there's another service that I think you offer. Can you purchase a mailbox and a drop box?
Oh yes, we actually have a shop at our post office at B3 Southwest Island, Northern Tip, where you can buy post boxes. And
New shop just today.
new shop now in. Post boxes.
Can we buy one today if we're here?
And indeed, we do actually have a supply on the ship.
Oh, do you also have for us?
Yes, we should have enough.
And
I haven't
how
checked
much?
how many we've got. So the smaller letterboxes, which come in two models. There's a wall model that is very nice looking, and also a freestanding. You know, it's on a pole. It's got a little flag on the side, so you know if it's mail or not. That is 5 silver coins, and the more heavy-duty deposit box, which is slightly larger, like I say, more heavy-duty. That's 15. However, I should mention the smaller letterbox. It looks so nice, but it does tend to lock itself every time there's a tea time. So you have to, every time you wake up, you have to unlock it so that other people can put letters in. With either model, nobody can take letters out except for your own company. So it is pretty secure.
So you're saying the one on a pole is the better option because the hinges doesn't rust as bad.
No, that's the same as the wall one. It's the big sort of heavy-duty deposit box that is, unfortunately, the better model at the moment because it doesn't. Yeah, the latch.
How much
doesn't
was that
up.
one?
15. Unfortunately, it takes so much
Oh.
metal to make. It's ridiculous.
I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
We done some treasures on the road, on the sea.
Ah.
So, yeah.
Boggert, what
Yeah,
sort of
it's.
dock is this?
I mean, it's better purely because it's low maintenance. You know, you don't have to You don't have to be at home every time you have a big sleep and unlatch
I
it.
call it the berry
You can
dock.
always put mail in. The other ones are really nice.
Interesting
with
name.
internal mail, you know, if you want a little
Tonk.
mailbox in each of your houses.
You,
your
you just
friends to
wished
go
you
mail
could
in,
serve some
that
tea
one's
on it,
nice.
right?
Right.
Well-
yeah. With several of your closest friends just scattered around the table.
I got 15 out.
We need it at the office. Officer office.
We actually only have 1 deposit box and 2 letterboxes, so you're gonna have to fight
Hold
it out
on,
amongst yourselves.
we may have some more on the ship. Let me go look.
Oh my god. Why weren't they in the box where they always are?
Safekeeping?
Oh my god.
Ooh, you got a dash somewhere. Of course, it's coming up a heat wave.
Is it actually a shark?
No.
Right.
Dang.
I came to look because I'd never seen a shark around the island. I was hoping to catch a sight of one.
I was
Found
gonna
a
go fish.
shark? What in the world?
Oh, they were lying.
That was a red herring.
Ah, I haven't seen one at all, so that was going to be a surprise.
Oh. Would you like me to go catch you one?
No, no. All right. What I want is for that bird to die that's up there. It's really aggravating.
They're so annoying, aren't they?
Yes.
What?
They just get
I didn't see. I didn't see them.
Oh no.
No.
Shark!
The waves have
Take her
been
in
washing
there.
over there. It's a bit slippery.
Yes.
a bit.
How much do I owe for the boxes?
What did you want?
Wait.
One of the big ones.
Yeah, the Dropbox
Yeah.
type things
Right,
that
then
How
people
in the
can
world did it get
leave
inside?
donations.
It's
Yeah,
just
no,
strange.
you're gonna
I
pay
fit to
it.
the smallest
Um,
hole appears.
It's
See?
stuck inside.
I really thought it was a knife.
All right, don't worry about it.
It's quite colourful already, Morgan.
Don't worry, Boggert.
Okay.
I'll save you.
It comes in 2 models too.
Oh
There's
right,
sort of
it's
your,
just
your
a
shorter
very small
battle one,
crack there between the
and
boards.
then there's like the tall one.
Yeah, very
you know,
small. They
with
just
the mail
slid
slot in, which
through.
is quite nice.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. I love them because, you know, everybody can put stuff in, but only you guys can take it out, so nobody's going to steal your donations.
Yeah, someone left us some resources in our box earlier.
Damn it.
It was nice.
Oh, that's nice.
And I guess Elias, one of those notices
So sorry, dude.
saying that he needs to extend his ship warranty.
Oh, no.
And at this point, I think the parrot is almost mocking us.
I think the parrot won. I'm not happy about it.
I'm stuck up there.
Should I try to shoot it?
But will the
Might get blood
monster
all over the museum.
will the monster get angry over it?
Are we all looking at the bird?
I
Why are
believe
we-
so, yeah.
Why is everyone using their inside voices?
I don't know. Have it.
You get habit from going to the Navy, I guess.
Yeah, it's like all the way inside there.
Yeah, we can pretend that I'm a bunch of cadets with a person and I'll yell at you all for, you know, using your inside voices, even though I'm standing, like, right on top of everybody talking with a bunch of people.
Totally that once. We were like all standing around in a circle talking, and this lady came over, basically stood here with a bunch of cadets, started talking to them and said, "Can you all be quiet, please? You're talking too loudly." It's like, well, don't stand next to us and try and have a conversation then.
Oh, and don't forget the classic "Hi, horse."
Oh yes, same sort
my
of thing.
favourite.
But people standing around, and this one cadet wanders past, didn't say a word to us, you know, and you're thinking, oh, that's weird, and then stops and goes, "Hi, horse."
Good grief.
Yes,
Are we invisible? I don't know. God, I love the name.
Nice.
Got it.
You got it.
Hey,
good hit.
Hey,
now you just have a bloody roof. Oh.
Yeah.
Like, got
Yeah,
something
clean up
stuck
on
in
aisle
his
one.
feet.
Oh, it's fine. It's delightfully quiet now. I didn't want us to stand here with all the squawking.
It's like sleeping next to Morgan in my
Hey,
house.
the heck?
This is like a tiger sleeping next door in the next house over.
It's like 2 walls between us. You're the louder one. Shut up.
Yeah, that just tells you how bad it is.
Well, now that it's raining, shall we,
Head inside, yeah.
Yes, straight through the mouth here, down the throat.
Yes, read the warnings as you go in.
God, there's not reading, is there?
Oh, sorry, Xavier. No children allowed.
Oh no.
Excuse me?
It depends. Do you enjoy horror?
Is there something you need to tell me?
What's a swilk?
Oh, we'll tell you when we take the tour. It's part of the museum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll offer you some at the end.
All right.
Exciting.
Come on in, where you can stand there where it's dry, or you can come in here where it's dry.
Please step lively into the chamber.
Elias got employee the month. What a good guy.
Wait.
Yes, Elias. Where is Stanley? There's Stanley. All right. I think we're all here now, right?
I think so.
If you're not here,
Yeah.
say something.
Uh-huh.
You're not here. Say you're not here. All right, we're all here.
I am not here mental. I'm here.
All right. Leave your preconceived notions of the normal world at this very threshold, and enter the world of the mysterious, the unusual, and the odd at BoggOdd Oddities Museum. By entering the museum, you agree management not responsible for any and all incidents herein.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I agree.
Has there been many incidents?
Just a
Yes.
few, in other waters, yes.
This is our first tour here at this museum, so we don't have a lot to add to the incidents yet. There's always a chance, though.
So it's been 0 days since our first incident.
Join the buddy system.
Excuse me. Can you remove that from me,
When did
please?
0 days start?
Go on.
Today.
Today,
Oh, okay.
I'll take one for the team. I'll go in first.
Please step lively into the next room.
What are you gonna
She didn't scream, so it's probably
No
good.
screams, no
Ah!
screams.
Oh, I'm so scared. Sorry.
The door will lock on the way in. If you
Hey,
need
this
to
is kind of
exit,
scary.
please see one of us and we'll unlock the door
Right.
for you.
It's like being at
I want to mention the tour may take around an hour or more. If that's a problem for anyone.
I'm fine with that. You guys fine with that? They're cool. They're good.
You're welcome to leave at any time. If it becomes too much for you, or if you have spent too long in here, that's fine. We understand completely. Just let us know.
okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, we're starting here at the cheese shop. At a blazing hot tropical free port, there stood a quiet specialty cheese shop at the end of an alley. You are probably questioning if it is appropriate to locate a cheese shop in the melting heat. The answer? No. Not because of the heat, however. It was the cats. The cats had taken to begging at the cheese shop. As patrons were leaving, they would kindly drop a crumb or two, leading the cats to wait for the next patron and the next bite of cheese. Eventually, the roof's support beams groaned and popped under the weight of waiting cats. The shop owner attempted to shoo them away at first, but then realized the cats would not touch the crumbs of the most pungent cheeses. A patron remarked, "It's so hot today, the stone walls are almost sizzling." As the patron rounded the corner, the shop owner sprang into action and, gathering the most pungent cheeses, pressed them into the wall where they melted, sticking them on. It really worked. To the cats, the stench of the cheese was so intense, they fled to the far side of the island. The cheese shop owner rested well that evening until suddenly the roof supports began to creak and groan. Running into the dark to chase the cats off the bowing roof, the shop owner caught a glimpse of them in the moonlight. The cats first turned their eyes and then their beaks toward the shop owner. It's then the owner realized the roof was covered not in cats, but in hungry vultures.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Still
yeah.
like cheese.
I love cheese.
I
Hello,
honestly
vulture.
thought vultures were just going to appear then.
I used to love cheese.
Look at all that cheese.
No.
I don't recommend sniffing the cheeses. Those are actual pungent cheeses. We've
I
made-
don't wanna. I read those signs. I don't wanna stand over that. No. No, no, no.
Oh, you're reading the sign. Don't get ahead of the
I'm
oddities.
sorry. I'm sorry.
The oddity here behind me. The great northern factory disaster took place on a particularly cold, dark, rainy evening. The main source of heat in the frozen north was a giant fireplace located below the smokestack here in front of you. The factory backed up to a large rock mountain, and the entrance to a great coal mine was built off the factory down into the depths of the mountain. The top of the mountain was known as a habitat for an assortment of animals. The employees of the factory found a particularly large snake roasting on the coals late one afternoon and proceeded to prepare it for their hot dinner. It wasn't unusual for someone to bring whatever they had to share, although they couldn't determine who brought the snake. They made a feast of the snake anyhow and went back to work. As the evening grew colder and darker, they placed more and more coal into the fire. What no one had realized is the snake, deliciously roasting on the fire, had chased a rather plump sheep from the mountains. The snake and sheep both fell over the edge and landed on top of the smokestack. The snake slithered through, down into the coals below, as the sheep was wedged high above the factory. Toxic smoke had already weakened most of the workers to the point they could not get out by the time the panic began. All but 3 workers were killed in this tragedy. The death toll was said to be near 400 lives and would remain the largest number of people killed by a single sheep for at least 2 more decades.
Oh my god.
What an evil sheep.
Questions at all?
It's not the sheep's fault, but still, jeez.
Oh.
These signs are just a warning. You don't have anything to fear. I'll explain whole. Part of the problem is not located here.
Did the snake fall first or the sheep fall first?
Oh no, the snake could fit down through the chimney, but the poor sheep who could not fit through the chimney was wedged high above, blocking all of the smoke from leaving the factory. While they were overcome.
Okay.
I'm glad we live on an island with no sheep.
That sounds
Glad
a
we don't
bit
have
to
a
me
chimney.
like the sheep must have shoved the snake down in there and then blocked it from getting out.
Maybe.
I think
Smart
it was all the
sheep.
sheep's fault.
The sheep was an evil genius.
Oh yeah. Well, it avoided the snake, so maybe it was all intended. It's hard to say. Above me here is a certified giraffe examination chair. It has been placed here as a public service by the Giraffe Handlers Association. When a giraffe needs to be examined for multiple reasons, it is much easier to inspect the giraffe from closer to their height. The doctor will climb up to the chair, and the giraffe will be brought closer for inspection purposes. What type of inspections, you may ask? One purpose is to inspect whether they have the giraffe-like teeth or the less common human-like teeth, of course. But a far more common reason, however, is to see if the ears have been laid with spider eggs again, as giraffe ears are known to be the perfect habitat for spider eggs. Laying their eggs in the giraffe's warm ear hair, they lie forgotten until the time comes for the hatching. If you have giraffes, tame or wild, near your home, be sure they are not shaking their heads frequently. This is the first sign of the spider egg laying having occurred. If your giraffes have ears infested with spider eggs, the time will come that they will hatch, and the giraffe head shaking will deposit hatchlings around and throughout your home.
Horrible.
I'm glad we don't have giraffes on our island.
Oh.
Wait, we do. Oh no.
We do? They just don't come to our side?
Further inland. What? Further inland. It's fine.
Oh.
Have you been watching for the head shaking now? That's the sign to watch out for. Maybe you're fine and none of them shake their heads and
Well, I'm gonna be watching out for it now.
Yes, please. That's part of the warnings.
Yeah, the warnings.
Well, any questions so far?
I know I never want to see a giraffe again.
Uh-huh.
Oh, just watch for the ears and the head shaking. All right, we'll make our way to the next.
I'm not watching, I'll be miles away.
Just be wary of sheep, that's all I've learnt from this.
Mm-hmm.
In a far-off kingdom, a rotten king reigned supreme. He was known to frequently decide he had been slighted and place people in prison to be punished or worse. The king unexpectedly ordered particularly complicated feast from his chef, Arthur, in the middle of the night. The chef and the kitchen staff worked frantically, as tired as they were in the middle of the night, to try to create a culinary masterpiece. The feast was a triumph, and the king later sent word to see if he may speak with the chef. Word arrived very early in the morning. The king would be to visit the kitchens within the hour. The kitchen staff readied themselves for the visit. The king arrived with his guards and quietly toured the kitchens as he thoroughly inspected many things. Nothing was said, however. The king looked at his guards as he approached the exit and nodded. The king's guards proceeded to destroy the kitchen's pots and pans and kitchen tools. The guards turned to the chef and said, "The king would like you to know he is displeased with last night's feast. He forgot to serve sea salt instead of salt with his meal." The chef was aghast. He knew he had served sea salt. He had prepared it himself. He only said "aye" before he was cut off and told he was to be removed from the king's staff and to be placed in the prisons to await his punishment. The king felt assured mistakes would no longer be made in his kitchen, and as a test, a few weeks later, he had a brand new feast prepared for the opening of the king's tournament, at the end of which a victorious knight would stand remaining. The king was so unhappy he was slighted again, and his favorite didn't win the competition, that he rushed the entrant who was left, dagger in hand. The entrant flicked away the dagger and gave the king what was intended for the entrant. The king, now removed from life and power, the entrant made their way to the throne and was seated. The shocked crowd dropped the facade of reverence for the old rotten king and warmly cheered a new powerful leader. The guards, also shocked, but no longer hiding their contempt for the rotten king, said, "All hail the new king," to which the entrant removed the helmet and said, "Queen." "All hail the new queen," said the guards. "What would you have us do, your majesty?" they asked. "Firstly, bring me Arthur, the chef from the prisons." Arthur approached the new queen and quietly asked, "Daughter, what has happened? And are those my pots and pans you are wearing?" "There's time to explain it all," she said. "They sent them to me at the blacksmith shop for repair. They didn't know I was your daughter." She smiled pleasantly at her father as they waved toward the crowd over the tournament field and the cold dead body of the former king. She turned to him and she said, "Father, you always said your pots and pans would bring us good fortune. You just didn't know how right you were."
Oh, that's a great story.
Good on her.
Brilliant.
That king did that. He sounds horrible.
Any questions at all?
Yeah, was she a kind ruler? Be better than the other
Oh.
king?
Very much so. Well, the kingdom lived in peace and harmony there forward.
Oh, that's great. That's always good to know.
Yeah, good
Have
on
you
her.
got any blueprints for that armor?
Oh, no, we don't. You're welcome to study it if you like and try to figure out how things are put together. We're not really sure ourselves. It arrived as she had intended to put it together.
That's so cool.
But it wasn't that comfortable though. For her to be
Yeah, I was thinking I
fighting
don't know if I
that.
could find some stuff in my size for that.
I might come back later and study it once I've got a bit more training.
Oh, sure. You're very welcome to.
As we
I'm
step
still
into
just thinking about wearing pots during a heat wave.
Oh god, yeah.
Oh,
as we step into the next room, please do not panic. In case of a fire emergency, we will show you to the nearest exit.
Yeah, speaking of heat, let's make our way to the next exhibit.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire.
You read my mind.
Oh. On a roasting hot desert island, it rarely rained. House fires were happening frequently. To help combat the fires, the residents used what they had to craft 2 fire carts. These carts, each pulled by the best rhinosaur the island could breed, were filled with water and pulled location to location. Raspberry the monkey, found wandering an island used as a turtle habitat, was a pet of the head of the fire cart haulers. Out on one of their first patrols, they discovered something unusual. Raspberry had previously been trained to pull a cart. They decided that given his constant insistence that he be handed the reins, Raspberry would be trained to drive the rhinosaur of cart number 2. This worked more than well. Raspberry was already a complete natural at cart handling, needed no instruction at all, in fact. They even created a small seat just for him. This allowed the others to focus more on the fires. Months passed with the carts racing to fire after fire, Raspberry excitedly guiding the cart all the way. One afternoon, after a particularly difficult morning of fighting a long series of fires, the bell rang out. It was time to ready the carts, and Raspberry couldn't be located. The head of the fire cart haulers went to Raspberry's room and found the monkey asleep in bed. Knowing the poor creature must be exhausted after the morning they had another member of the fire cart haulers pull the reins. They left without tired Raspberry and headed to the fire. Along the way, they spotted an unreported house fire and slowed cart number 2 here beside me to water it before catching up again to cart number 1. While spraying the house, the front door burst open and a soaking wet Raspberry, extinguished torch in hand, emerged. Not believing Raspberry could be both asleep and at the scene of the fire as well, his bed was checked. Neatly shaped and arranged was a pair of trousers made to look exactly like a sleeping monkey. Raspberry was wise at a great many things, cart hauling and deception being among his greatest talents. He was returned to the offices of the Turtle Sanctuary where he was found to retire from his very busy life. The fire stopped overnight, and the fire-caught haulers were pretty quiet until one afternoon a flare was fired and a representative of a neighboring island had arrived, wanting advice on fire carts, for they had been plagued with fires recently. They also needed a very small seat to put in the front because they had the oddest thing. A monkey who knew how to drive a cart.
Ho, ho, ho.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thing.
Any questions at all?
What's that monkey?
That monkey represents Raspberry the monkey.
But very
So
close.
It's definitely.
Uh,
So it's not Raspberry the monkey.
Oh, no. Oh, that's definitely not Raspberry the monkey.
no, not raspberry.
No. Good representation, though. What are you looking at? Did you see the monkey looking around?
Yeah. And did you see that the tail is dipped in like charcoal?
Oh, the ash. I think everything's fine. The monkey has been listening to the training. I think everything's fine.
Okay, keep an eye on the monkey, I guess.
Yeah.
Hey, we're not getting a monkey. Just the off chance of, you know.
No, I don't want a monkey.
Yep.
Get careful with behind, I guess.
Oh, God.
Don't fall in the water. No, this is not a tavern filled with delicious libations. In fact, if you had been here years ago, you would bet. It wasn't unusual a long time ago to place additives into your spirits to give them an interesting afternote, be it bitter, sweet, or bittersweet. It was an unusually crowded evening the night before and would be again at a combination inn and tavern. The tavern keep was too busy to go for the ingredients for a top note to add to the drink for the next evening. The tavern keep's sibling was sent to pick up the rare, delicious, green, sweet ingredient, Magistine. The herbologist was also out, however, and in their stead, their apprentice was working. The assistant herbologist mistook the requested Magistine for the more common pest remover, Maggot Stem. Nearly identical in both appearance and flavor, coupled with the unfortunate similarity name, the switch was made. What's that? Someone have a question?
No, I think you just gagged.
Oh. The maggot stem was delivered to the tavern and used to give the libations their signature smooth sweetness. By accident, of course. As is custom with a spirit house attached to overnight accommodations, the drink poured heavily and quickly. The hallucinations began about an hour into the evening. The vomiting began shortly thereafter. Ingestion of maggot stem was said to produce hallucinations such as liquids running down the wall, inanimate objects breathing, skies filled with flying horror, and the mistaking of human form for animal. The chaos of those visions, coupled with the vomiting, began a putrid battle. Within the tavern were all fought for their very lives. Any who made it outside were driven back in by the visions in the sky. Those victors who survived the vomitous battle were said to lay unconscious on these very floorboards until their heart slowed to death.
Oh, God.
Oh, it's awful.
Oh, yes.
That's why the floorboards are green. It was all the sickness.
That's the color of it all.
Do they still make that stuff?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. It was an accident to have mixed the maggot stem into the libations at all to begin with. So if anyone's doing it intentionally, it may be a nefarious reason.
Yeah, what are you like asking for a friend? That's really you know.
Yeah, it's a weird question, Hal.
Yeah.
No, I was just making sure I don't want to accidentally drink it myself somewhere at a tavern.
No, you just have to make sure it's Magistine and not maggots still.
You know how to test. You just get someone else to drink it first.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna start doing that.
And then you wait about an hour and see if they ask them, what do you see in the sky? Is it beautiful? Do the clouds look nice? And then you wait and watch.
I'm always reading the ingredient labels from here on out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't blame you.
Yes.
And then double checking.
And making sure that they haven't just emptied it and poured something else in.
And
It really makes me question all the drinks people have been giving me that I don't really know.
Yeah, the same here. I'm thinking a lot of the bottles don't have the ingredient list on them, and I've just drank some of this stuff.
Why don't you just... No.
I mean, you seem fine, right?
I mean, to be
you
fair,
didn't-
these two
you
have
didn't
drank most
die.
of the same stuff as me, so we're still here.
Yeah.
Yeah, go us.
Maybe we've all drank it and don't know it, and this is all a mass hallucination.
Oh my god,
You're
what if I'm
imagining
imagining
all
all
of this,
this? Oh no! Oh,
Put all this together. My hallucination. I had to build my own hallucination. How horrendous.
Oh no.
I think we're fine. Across the hole here is another oddity. If you've been to a hot, humid tropical island, you know all too well the heat can be unrelenting. Two elderly brothers were looking for their lost goat near their home when they stumbled upon something. A very large abandoned well. The well had run low of water, but inside had a beautiful pool at the bottom. The brothers knelt beside the well lid above, and when they opened it, they could feel the cool, refreshing air blow past them. They thought about and discussed that well the remainder of the day and the next night. They awoke the next day with a plan to put a ladder down the well and see what was inside. They slipped from the final ladder rung into the cool, dark water and enjoyed the most luxuriously pleasant soak in neck-high, perfectly chilled water. The water drained a bit more over time, and instead of floating, they had to kneel or sit on the bottom of the well. This did not suit their aging frames, and they began to talk once again of a plan. It was decided to make it a bit more comfortable, and they moved some of their furniture inside, using ropes and a goat, which was finally found in time, to lower things down from the hatch above. This would be their final plan. Their friend, who knew of the well and, having not seen the brothers for some time, began to worry and look for them. When they approached the well, they could already tell something was wrong. The sin of mold, mildew, and end of life met the friend well before the well. For you see, as they were soaking cool, damp richness of the well, their furniture was too. The introduction of the furniture began a growth of mold and mildew and rot that first tainted the well and then outright poisoned it. As the furniture was slowly mildewing and molding from the outside, the cool, damp, dark back of the chairs were growing a deadly fungus. Before that fungus was discovered, it had already started to emit toxic spores, which had filled the well and the two elderly brothers.
Wow.
So if they hadn't took furniture down there,
Well, you know, there's a reason that the well is nice and clean on the inside, and you don't really drag furniture down there to soak up the water and...
Yeah,
start to-
seems like a choice.
Yeah, I've never done that in a well. I have sat like a chair out in the ocean and fished, but never like done it in a well.
No. It's a bad choice. It's so damp down there, and it's that enclosed environment, and
In the
can't really...
dark.
You
Yeah.
can't stop all that from wanting to grow. Look at the state of those chairs over there. That's not actual mold and mildew. We've painted those chairs to look like they're molding and mildewing, so that it doesn't offer any sort of actual harm to the public. We don't want to grow our own mold down there.
oh no.
Well, yeah, we appreciate that.
Although that pirate, Captain Elias, did want that red chair. That molded red chair on our ship.
It's not our Elias, so everyone knows that's not the one who is employee of the month. There's a Captain Elias on the seas as well. We think they may be related since they have the same name. That's how it works.
Oh.
Yes.
And that's funny because there's a lady that we met quite a while ago. She's called Madeline, and I'm Madeline. So, and I saw her again yesterday. She's now my pen pal. It's kind of exciting. But yeah, we're both, Madeline. It's funny how things work out.
It's very similar, yes.
Yeah.
You were almost related.
I
You've
feel
been
like
Madeline and Madeline or Madeline and Madeline.
yeah.
Oh, I have a pen pal named Elias. I'm kind of curious if that's who I write to.
Well, there's two choices. A horrendous pirate at the seas or employee of the month.
Oh.
You could always play 20 questions if you like.
You could say, do your employers think you're very good at your job?
Oh, I think
You
I'm
know,
Just
just
tell
uh,
them you're excited you got Employee of the Month, and like you're so thrilled about it, and see if you.
You're excited, yeah.
Like, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
I mean,
it's a good idea.
if it's a pirate captain, then he's not going to be like, he's not employed by anyone. He's a pirate captain.
No telling. That's two choices. Two very different choices.
He may be prone to mysteries as well, so he may answer that he is Employee of the Month. You never know.
True.
True.
Well, we're going to skip this one for now. Let's head straight to the. Well, I wanted to visit one while it's dark.
Yeah.
We just left the well.
Yeah, we have to pass all the other ones. We'll go ahead. We'll follow through. Far beneath a beautiful country estate lie a strange fate for those unfortunate enough to have encountered a pair of mad, noble women. They had a secret which would have run the blood cold of those in the aristocratic circles they kept themselves in. The mad women had developed an unusual diet preference. Human toenails. Yes. Half-hearted soldier, drunken sailor, or sea wench, they preyed upon all. They went out into the dark night to round up victims. They would wait outside tavern and dance hall for those inebriated enough not to put up a fight. A bag over the head and about 6 spins around was usually enough to knock even the stoutest person unconscious when they had been plied with enough drink. They would be locked into the chambers here on either side of me, their feet scrubbed, cleaned, and the toenails carefully trimmed so as not to waste any of the precious resource. I know what you're wondering. Why didn't they just pull them out at the root? After all, that's the sensible thing to do. Well, the sisters weren't monsters. They were just so very hungry. Each victim awakened dumped on the outskirts of town, shoeless, sockless, pants rolled to the knee. But their feet were beautifully scrubbed, and their toenails were perfectly trimmed. The sisters were caught when they mistook a pair of sleepy officers for inebriated and were overcome by them. Threatened with having their toenails pulled out at the root, because it's a sensible thing to do, they confessed to the entire ruse. Afterward, they fell from grace and out of high society. They took on new identities where they began to work in a wash house, trimming the nails of those who came to bathe, thereby continuing to feed their insane and insatiable hunger.
Okay, that's so
So-
weird.
The cannibalistic toenail eaters.
They just like the toenail only. They didn't really eat on the toes or anything. They didn't take the toenail straight from the toe. They'd like them
But
trimmed and nicely
it's-
served.
It's still cannibalistic.
Well,
I mean,
sure.
to be fair, I can understand why they didn't rip it out of the stem because, then people would not have toenails anymore and you wouldn't be able to eat any.
That makes all the sense. I haven't even thought of that. But of course, I'm not myself trying to decide how to take out the toenails, so I
On
don't think
top,
I would have thought.
on top of that, eventually nobody'd have toenails apart from the sisters, and they'd be caught anyway.
They'd
Yeah.
be caught, found out. Look at you. What are you doing with toenails left? You're the one, aren't you? You're the mad one. Get away from the mad woman.
I won't say anything about us getting a nail salon in the town of Five Torches anytime soon.
Oh, we're getting
God.
one. Oh no.
Oh,
Oh no. Oh
I'm
no.
gonna give that a miss.
yeah.
I'd like to go. I could use a good.
I mean, it's
patron
not
on
like
my
they're
feet.
eating my toes, so I mean, is it that big of a deal? I guess you're doing somebody a service and they're getting their food.
You're just
Right.
leaving a little toenail behind. You're waking up, feet perfectly trimmed. Beautiful.
It's a bit like going to the barber shop. You don't really care what they do with the clippings after, do you?
Yeah, some people eat hair.
Yeah.
Everyone just leaves it there, right? Do you take your hair with you when you leave the barber shop? You just leave it there, like, just abandon it.
But if you did take your hair with you, wouldn't you want to stuff it in a nice cushion mattress or in a seat cushion?
Most beautiful stuffing. If you have any
Might
human...
make a good. Oh,
I mean, if it's long enough, you can use it for sewing.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Could make a nice trim work for a dress or something as well. Braid it together and stitch it on. There's all sorts of uses. Don't abandon it. Don't leave it behind. Use it for stuffing. Make a nice cushion for yourself. Did you know that you're not allergic to your own hair? Think of it now. You feel the hair along the sides of your face, right? Does it itch? Does it constantly annoy you? No. It's your hair.
Sometimes.
What?
Depends on the wind.
Yeah, it
I mean,
kind of
I've-
gets
I've-
the way sometimes, and you know.
Oh, that's true.
I've heard men complain about the beard sometimes.
Ugh.
mine does get a bit itchy.
But then again, if the beard is scratchy, it's usually a sign that they left food behind and it's grub for later.
That's
Well,
kind
yeah.
of horrific. What about an entire chair stuffed with beard hair?
No.
Sounds like
That's a lot of
beer
food.
there.
That would
I
take a
do-
long time or a lot of donation.
Hmm.
Maybe that's why the Navy wanted so much hair.
God, I just thought about that. I was literally thinking the same thing. They kept asking about cutting their hair.
Yeah.
Oh, that's where all that hair's coming from? From
They
the
cut
Navy.
hair of the cadet, don't they?
Oh, that makes all
Oh, yeah.
the sense. Take the hair from them and then use it for whatever purposes you had in mind.
Does the Admiral have a all-hair chair?
Maybe. I mean, if anyone's gonna have it, it's gonna be him, right?
Stuffed
Yeah.
Oh, I've got to ask him now.
It's worth an
He might have
investment.
his. He might
Seems
have
a
the
bit
sails
exotic.
made out of hair.
Oh, lightweight, yeah.
Water repellent somewhat.
It
Ooh,
does blow in the wind rather nicely, yeah.
that could be nice. A new beautiful island Freeport was too close to a deep-water ocean trench. The frequent ship traffic to and from the island angered the residents of the deep waters. Many different creatures made their way from the depths to investigate the new disturbance. As the swirling waters mixed warm water down into the formerly cool trench, as well as introducing new types of detritus into the depths. Mermaids from the trench seemed to grow much angrier, becoming a constant menacing presence in the waters surrounding Freeport. To teach the citizens defensive tactics to protect themselves against the angry mermaids, as well as to ensure people would not fear nearing the profitable Freeport. The Freeport opened a training institute just off the shore. In before you here are the standard issue training form, as well as beside me, the specialized mermaid training form developed at the institute. Normally housed in deeper water, it was used to teach citizen techniques to avoid or defend against angry mermaids. The mermaids seemed to realize something was occurring at the Freeport and really began to increase the violence. Eventually, they began to investigate the institute itself, making their way to the shore side, where the training forms were stationed in the water. Instead of damaging the training forms, the mermaids began to study them, possibly believing them to be some sort of figure in reverence of themselves. It is believed that they took this as a sign the mermaid was a respected neighbor and led them to stop their attacks completely. Unintentionally, the forms worked to protect the citizens. No one trained to defend themselves ever had to, and the mermaid forms were left in the waters as a sign of continued mutual respect. Luckily for the Freeport, the mermaids had not witnessed the defensive techniques used on these forms.
Oh, happy coincidence.
No, not to keep ending about the same thing, but these could also use a bit more hair.
Oh, you know, that's true. Did you notice the little eyes and eyelashes on each side of the barrel there? They really went all in on making it look beautiful like a mermaid.
Wow.
Yeah, it has the very long eyelashes over the eyes.
Very, very long.
Oh, very interesting.
They are long.
Yeah, that's how the mermaids are. Have you ever met a mermaid? Did you look at her eyelashes? Take a good look if you ever meet one.
Never met one.
The last one I met tried to drown me.
What?
Same.
Oh no. Were you near a Freeport at the time?
No, I was just sailing around in the middle of the sea.
Oh my. Well, I
What do you
don't
mean,
know.
did they visit the Freeport?
I got
Could be. It's hard to say.
Are you suggesting we put one of these on our ships to let them know that we are friendly?
It may work. They're used to seeing them under the water, however, so I'm not sure if they would recognize a form above water as some type of mermaid. It's hard
maybe
to
they'll
say.
think we're like, you know, poaching them and be angry.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true. A lot to think about.
Make a boat in the same shape as that, and then just make it a mega mermaid.
Maybe you could use a form such as that as a figurehead on your ship, half in the water, half out. That's sort of how the mermaids are, right?
Yeah. Yes.
I've never seen one. Norman claimed to have been kissed by one, but pretty sure he was on drugs.
Drinking the Majesty.
Oh god.
A skilled blacksmith made a fortune on board a ship, repairing broken old wood stoves on a frozen polar region. A fortune he intended to keep. Looking around his ship one day, he realized he had a dozen wood stoves, and no one had claimed them after they had been repaired. Needing to both remove the extra weight from the ship and also find a more suitable place to keep his treasures safe, he left the polar region for his home on a warm elephant island. He owned a small piece of the island that included a swamp. The swamp was home to many horrendous beasts, the least of which was an endless amount of spiders. He knew the perfect location for a hideaway for his treasure trove was a well-hidden cavern on the edge of the swamp. You would not see it unless you fell into it. Covered in vines and growth, it was the perfect place, except it was the home to thousands of those fast-moving spiders. But he knew spiders feared one thing above all others: a larger, faster spider. To attempt to stop the spiders from living in the caverns, as well as to add an additional shock should any unfortunate soul stumble into the caverns themselves, he carted those old forgotten wood stoves into the darkened mouth of the cavern to create this monstrosity before you. Welding stoves together and carving the stone plinth from the cavern rock itself, he successfully created a large spider to frighten all other spiders, and those other spiders fled in fear, leaving him the freedom to place his treasure deep in the now delightfully spider-free cavern. He went back to making more and more treasure, and readied himself for a return to his cavern of joy. Upon his return to the island, he was looking forward to that spiderless cavern after he had fought his way through them in the swamp. He arrived at the cavern mouth to find it filled with elephants, bursting at the seams with elephants. They chased him from the entrance all the way back to his ship, over and over. For you see, the only thing keeping the elephants out of the cavern were the spiders, and the only thing luring them into the cavern was the new multiple-armed scratching post someone had placed there for them to use.
Oh dear. See, that's elephants all over, that is.
There's so many
Hate them.
arms there
Hate
for
it.
them. They can get all the edges with all these extra appendages. They get behind the ears and stuff. It's really hard to get them out of there once they get involved with this thing.
Makes sense.
Rightfully, we don't have them here on the small island. They're only over there, way over there on the main island. We made sure not to have any windows, so they can't look in and see this device in here and try to make their
You'd
way
never get
in.
rid of them.
Not
Yeah.
only a matter of time.
Yes, they come two at a time over there, it seems like.
I said two at a time. You stumbled over that because you were so concerned. I am too. I don't like it. They bury their eggs along the shore. They use their tusks to dig the trenches, and they put the eggs in and they tamp. That's why they walk in the circle all the time. They're stomping the ground down so you can't dig the eggs up later.
And they, knock down all your trees that you like.
They don't need trees. They don't need those at all.
Alright, we
They're
didn't
just-
have any here on this island until someone came by in a sloop and dropped them off. Now
Right.
they've been spreading.
I was sure someone put them here. There were none anywhere on this island, and it's very small. We could see them if they were here or hear them. Feel the ground shaking. There were none. And now they're everywhere, it seems like. Two at a time.
There may be a dozen over there now.
No, people keep just transporting their nuisance and animals and making them all a problem.
Hey, there's no way to speak about Hal. He's not a nuisance.
Right, we're moving forward. If anyone needs a snack, we're here at the snack center. You're welcome to whatever you like in the food barrels here to help you not feel so puny. We know we've been on a tour for a little while.
Popcorn, get your popcorn here.
Oh, yes, you have
There's
popcorn
no
available.
maggot stem in here, right?
No, nothing in it.
No, just the basic items and some popcorn. Get your popcorn.
There's some milk in there. It's been washed. We washed the milk here. We don't want that dirty, unwashed kind.
What do you wash it with?
Oh, we've been through the washing milk thing, haven't we?
Rub it
Okay,
against
okay.
itself to wash it.
It's yeah, okay.
You wash the milk with the milk. That way it gets all the dirt out of it without introducing anything unsavory to the equation.
Right, doesn't tend to water it down or not.
No, you don't want to do that.
Wait, this looks familiar. I saw one of these earlier.
I'm ready
Give me
to
that
learn.
thing.
No one stick your hand through the bars. This one is legitimately. Well, you'll get the story here in a second.
I will get to the store. Just stay back. Don't get close. I'm as close as you can get. Now, see, I can't even reach my arm that way. When everyone's done dining, we'll continue with the tour. We're a little over halfway now. Not much left. All right, is everyone ready to continue?
Ready?
Ready.
Right, we continue here. Here's what was once a beautiful, marvelous circus organ. The organ was a modern wonder. It needed no one to play it, and it had no keys to play, even if you'd wanted to. It produced sound through steam in a series of reused water and stovepipes, and could play the most beautiful melodies. It was pulled on 3 carts behind 3 elephants as the circus parade arrived in the towns, playing all the while to let the residents know the circus was arriving. The circus fell to ruin after the death of the ringmaster and owner. The ringmaster was thrown higher than the high wire act one evening by a pair of elephants looking to escape circus life. The audience, seeing the tragedy unfold, sent out warnings to all they knew. Avoid the circus at all risk of peril. The organ was purchased at an auction of items from the circus by a group of ne'er-do-wells with a plan. They would travel with the reassembled pipe organ, port to port, playing friendly melodies for tips throughout the day. They would quieten as the shops closed and people headed into their nearby homes. Then late in the hours of the evening, they would stoke the fires of the steam heaters until they were raging. The beautiful music produced with gentle steam pressure became a howling, screeching, clangorous noise. This caused the residents to flee their homes in terror. Horses and animals would batter their stalls, not knowing what beast was capable of such noises. The ne'er-do-wells would slow the fires eventually, but only to do this: issue a proclamation. The fires would be stoked repeatedly until the township was able to come up with a predetermined fee to pay the ne'er-do-wells to leave their port in peace. The ne'er-do-wells landed in a port, as usual, one afternoon. They played the beautiful music until the shops closed and the residents began to leave, and then they waited. And they went to the box on the top deck to get the wood to stoke the fires. Instead of the residents being quietly asleep, the entire town were standing row after row, lining the edge of the harbor, staring directly at the vessel. The water was already flowing into the ship by the time the ne'er-do-wells could react. You see, the residents had been made aware of this approaching ship 2 days prior and had already formed a nice plan of their own. The pipe organ was dismantled and trod upon, resulting in these warped, discolored remaining pipes you see behind me here today.
Wow.
Huh.
Well, at least they kind of got punished for what they were doing in the end.
That's true. They got what was coming to them.
Me.
Does it still work?
No. Unfortunately, it's lost some of the pipes. You'll see there's spaces and issues. Some of these pipes have been severely discolored and we're not sure why. And then, if you notice, the larger steam pipes in the back are all warped and twisted. If it did play, it probably wouldn't play the music like the circus intended. They're also beginning to rust a bit around the edges and such. Follow me to the next chamber. Be careful not to fall into the grave.
Okay. Didn't see the gravestone till then.
Oh, wow. I didn't bring any black clothes.
Below us here lies the coffin of the final husband of the widow of Shallow Creek. She was called the widow because she had buried 12 husbands. 11 of them were deceased. She begged for help from the townspeople. She said she was being haunted by the vengeful ghost of her most recent husband. The widows of the town vowed to help one of their own and formed a group which would sit in the home of the widow while she tried to rest. It was a quick rotation. You see, they all eventually stared straight again into the eyes of the man they used to know. Each night, someone sat with her. Just before the skies began to lighten, there was a shuffling behind them. One after another, widows fled the still darkened, creaking home. Once that group was exhausted, the widows still pleaded to the town for help. The young single men were sent next, as they were thought to be less prone to fright. Same story, however. They all ran for their lives after gazing into the eyes of the dead man once again. The oldest woman in town, thought far too frail, asked, "May I go next?" She sat slumped forward, next to the warm fire in a chair, eyes closed, back to the room, when the ghost appeared. His long bony fingers reaching, clawing, slid up over the back of the chair and around the woman's frail, thin neck. From outside the home, a blood-curdling scream that chased wolves back into their dens was cut short. The townsfolk worried for the frail lady, but humoring her, had their ears open for her call. A number of them reached the steps to the cabin at the same time, and they clambered to the front door, flinging it open. Standing tall over two bodies was the frail old woman. What no one realized that the oldest woman in town was also the wisest. Unable to sleep well in the cold nights due to her old bones, she slept during the warmer daylight hours. Every night she sat up and watched the dead husband of the widow of Shallow Creek creep into house after house in town. For as people went to sit with the terrified widow, her very much alive husband was looting the houses of those who were going to help her. He would arrive later and show what he had taken to his wife. The oldest woman in town went prepared, however, rolling pin in sleeve, to expose the ruse of the widow of Shallow Creek.
Bravo on your acting skills there, Boggett.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really good.
I'm glad she managed to catch them.
Yeah.
I'm glad too. I'm glad I play a convincing elderly woman. It's not easy.
Well, you are elderly.
You're elderly. Deep in a prison lay a cold, dark, windowless cell. A guard routinely traversed the corridors. One prisoner they hadn't planned on having, and didn't know the history of, was a magician, trained in the art of lock-picking. Picking the lock came easily enough, but getting out of the area proved much more difficult, as the cell was at the end of a U-shaped corridor. The prisoner had nothing but time as they sat in waiting. Day in, day out, they watched the guards and finally thought of a plan. The guards always took the same path through the loop, and they realized they could never go towards the guard, or they would be seen. But if they could manage to slip out ahead of the guard, they may just make it out ahead of them. One problem was the bed would surely be found empty as they were on their way to the exit and freedom, raising the alarm bell. In an effort to fool the guards, they began to put away slices of bread and sausages in their pillowcase. This plan was nearly ruined twice, on an unplanned laundry day when they had to gorge themselves on the food that they had stashed away. Finally, a dark, moonless night came. Dark enough for the plan to work. They neatly arranged the old bits of bread and sausages to form a vague figure. Just enough for the guards to see a body asleep in the bed, and to give them time to slip away. The plan went smoothly, and the prisoner was able to escape perfectly. The guards eventually discovered the ruse, and knowing the head of the guards and knowing what they had to do, they sat down for a most unwanted feast. Welcome to take a look at the body, if you like.
It's kind of clever, isn't it?
It is.
That is smart.
Bread is most of the body.
Oh, that is very nice. That's so clever.
I've
What
had to
again,
fool
sorry?
the guards somehow. In a darkened, moonless night, you would almost mistake it for a human form.
Not sure I'd want to eat that though to keep my job.
No.
Uh-huh.
Are you ready?
So, here before us is the interior of the city offices of the Butcher of Butterfly Lane, as he was later known. Shown on the table beside me are the actual repurposed tools that he used. Fancying himself a dentist, he was able to convince the local populace that he was legitimate. Using a plant known for its hallucinogenic properties, he was able to cause patients to, in essence, mentally leave their bodies while they were placed on the table here before him. He would then remove all of the teeth of the victim, promising only the repairs to their teeth. It was so much easier to convince them afterward all their teeth were bad, and therefore no work which he couldn't actually do to the teeth need be performed. Human teeth were a prized, highly valued form of carotenoid, similar to bone, but with a much sturdier structure once refined properly. The fraudulent dentist would leave his office early in the day. That was thought odd by the community, considering how many of them desperately needed dental work. He had a nefarious reason for always leaving early. He was tainting the town's water supply with ground-up giant squid innards. The innards still contained the powerful acid that the squid would use to break down the sharp shells that they ingest in their feeding cycle. And even once ground up and dispersed, the innards still had enough acidic quality to weaken the teeth of the city dwellers to the point they needed dental work, and thereby supplying the dentist with the teeth that he so needed. Ah!
Oh my god.
Okay, that was creepy.
Are you okay?
Uh-huh.
No, I'm fine, I'm fine. It's the clockwork. Sometimes it's wound a little tight.
Beware of the clockworks.
Be wary. Do you have any clockworks in your town? If you do, you need to be cautious around them.
And also
I'm
make sure that they're not bobbing up and down at the shimmer.
They don't move a lot when you're not looking at them.
Oh, we don't have any. I'm gonna make sure we don't ever get any now.
I'm wondering what kind of technology is this? I never seen anything like it.
You haven't seen the clockworks before.
Uh,
No.
They
My
have a
first time
large
too.
mechanism in the back, and you wind them up, and after they're wound, they have movement to them. They don't move much when you're not watching them. I'll show you. Let me wind it here in the back.
just be careful. That head did pop off earlier.
Yeah, we have to be a little bit careful. We'll get to that eventually.
It's really cool.
Yeah, they have a little switch in the back. You can change the movements on them.
Wow. And
It makes sounds as well, which is unusual in our opinion.
And if you look at them just right, they're looking back at you. And growing hair.
So they move and talk? Yeah, no thank you. That's a no for me.
Sorry.
that's it.
Well, all sorts of unusual things.
That must be some sorcery or some
There's a
magic.
spider, I think.
Yes.
Shit, spider. If you got it, make sure you got it.
Yeah, I got it.
Thanks.
Oh, it looks like it's winding down there.
I think it's wound out. We're not gonna wind it again. just for the evening. We're gonna let it wind down for the evening, if that's all right with everyone.
Probably for the best, yeah.
All right, thank you. In a remote cabin, something unusual happened. The owner of the cabin grew older and more tired. As the years were catching up to him, he thought he needed a way to bring vigor back to his life. He found a place where he could, for a price, order a tincture, promising to bring just that to him. He placed the order, gave his address, and was told to wait 6 nights, and he would hear a loud bang on his door. He wasn't to look out for the courier, only to wait quietly on the 6th night. On the arranged night, he sat patiently waiting. A loud bang was heard at the darkest portion of the night, nearly jumping from his body. He realized only then that he was a bit stronger still than he realized. He waited a moment, then opened the door to retrieve the package bound in hides and tied to a large stone. He thought the bottle was unusually shiny, until he realized a portion of the shine was coming from inside the bottle. He swirled the bottle in his fingers and stared at the cork top. He thought of his plan and he glanced up at the portrait of his loved one. He realized that this bottle may hold more than he bargained for. What if it turned back his aging? What if it stopped him aging completely? Could he decide when he was through with the powerful elixir? He sighed and realized, now that he held the power in his hand, what he missed wasn't youth. It was what was part of his youth, and that was not coming back. Angry mostly at himself, he flung the bottle into the fireplace, coating the back of it. The fireplace grew and changed and roared like a tiger and spit flames across the room, eventually settling back down again into a normal fireplace. He wondered what magic was in that tincture, and he vowed to himself he would never again try to recapture that which is meant to be left in the past.
Probably a good idea.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you really nailed it there. I get feelings like that too. Like, miss what was happening in my youth, yeah.
Any questions at all?
Who's the picture of?
A picture of his loved one. We don't have any more information beyond that.
Hmm.
Any other questions? Right, we'll move forward.
That's pretty incredible, isn't it?
A packed cargo freighter named the Sea Slicer sailed through a fog-shrouded sea. It lurched high and low in the sea, crates groaning at its sides. On board, amongst the crew, stood a mere deckhand. The ship passed through a shimmer. A mysterious event occurred. Every person, in fact every creature everywhere, disappeared, except for the deckhand. Calling out for anyone else, he realized he was totally alone. In fear for the crates, the contents, and the ship itself, the deckhand began to panic. He didn't understand the workings of the ship enough to get the ship under control, and without a crew to pull the sails and manage the ship's wheel, it seemed a task that could not be accomplished. Hello? Hello? Help! He pleaded. His plea was heard by the only other thing that inhabited the world. The figure stood just before him on the other side of the cabin door. But he could immediately tell it was not human. It had no facial features. In fact, it really had no features at all. The ship careened out of control, and just as the figure reached through the doorway, the ship crashed on the shore of a desolate island. The deckhand was thrown overboard into the water just by the shoreline. While running from ship, figure, and deckhand, the deckhand began to realize he wasn't breathing normally. With every breath he took, it grew shallower and shallower. The further he made it from the figure, the less he could breathe. The world grew darker and darker until he finally went unconscious. The deckhand awakened to find himself all the way back where the voyage began. But cruise ship and cargo were never seen again. They say the shimmer figure waits just over the shimmer for its next crew. Will you be the only one it spares, or will you never be seen again?
That's absolutely terrifying.
God.
Well, thank you. I'm never going through a shimmer again.
Oh, but we have to.
Maybe
Oh,
that's what
really
knocks us
help
off of the
it.
ship
yeah.
sometimes.
I live here now.
Just be
Yeah,
very
I-
cautious out there on the seas.
Now, there's some
we,
lovely space here on the island.
we
Yeah.
actually have a similar story to that with the shimmer.
What? Tell us.
Went through a shimmer, and there ended up being 2 ships with 2 sets of crew.
What in the world?
Oh,
And
Sounds...
one crew was asleep, and one crew was awake.
Oh,
They were,
Boggert,
that
write this
sounds
down.
like the shimmer figure's work to me.
Yeah.
It was like a cursed ship. That ship was.
It's like that the
Yeah.
shimmer figure's looking for crew, and if they can have 2 of each of us, that could be a lot more crew.
oh, hey, that's what keeps happening to you guys.
I
They're
wonder
trying to
if
drag
I-
you through, and they like drag you off the ship.
So I'm thinking they're trying to get us. And
I was thinking more about the time that we had that nightmare that we like went through the shimmer and the ship was gone, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
and then everything was fine, but like everything was gone, and
That's-
it was like time had gone back.
We were in the
That's-
sea and we had to swim all the way to an island, and
We all had the same
No,
nightmare.
The figure doesn't need ships. It's looking for crew.
Oh,
Yeah, Boggett and I are twins, and so that makes doubles for
There's
us.
already 2 of us.
Yes.
And then if there's 2 of each of us, that makes 4 for the shimmer figure. We
Yes.
need to be cautious about this. I
Yes.
haven't thought this through.
I'll put it in my notes.
as if we didn't have enough trouble with shimmers.
I know.
just be aware though, the one of the copies is a future version of yourself, and one is a past version of
Wow.
yourself.
A future version that's probably already encountered the figure. And you're just catching up to the whole story. That's worrisome. I'd rather be the figure ahead of the story, so I already knew what was happening, and not just the unwitting figure watching the whole thing.
That's the thing. You're not the future version.
Yeah, and look at you. You live in the past.
Are you sure we have to go through a shimmer?
More than one, yeah.
I've heard it's also modifying people's aging processes and things when they encounter the shimmer. Perhaps it's trying to turn the elderly, such as Boggett and myself, backward in time, making you a younger, more vibrant crew member, or whatever they have planned.
What if the shimmer is youth from one person, making you old, and gives it
Raylan,
to another,
Boggett.
making them young?
Thank you for the
Oh.
raid.
It's trying to even the score. Oh,
And that must be one of those things that makes me feel a
It's
bit older
finally
whenever I go
happened.
through one. My bones get a bit
Museum's open.
A bit more creaky and a bit more tired.
No.
Thanks for the raid.
Maybe there's
I
only
get
so
bad
many times
knees
you can
from-
go through.
Yeah, the knees are first to go, that's for sure.
You're meeting yourself when you cross the shimmer, and you're already waiting over there for you. Anything could be happening in between. We need to be very cautious of these shimmers. Spread the word. Tell them to come here and hear the warnings for themselves.
So I have a question. If you go through the shimmer and you meet yourself, what would be the first words that you would say to yourself?
I would say, well, there you finally are. What took you so long?
I'm probably what the fuck?
Yeah, I was gonna say more along the lines of the fuck.
Yeah.
I think I'd say sucks to suck.
Yeah, you would.
And maybe when do I get a day off?
Oh, you gotta ask Doris for that.
Oh, I'd ask if I got paid yet.
Yeah, that'd be nice too.
The worst thing is
I'd-
in the future you had the day off, and you're the one just now catching up. Oh, it's horrendous. It's worse than we all thought.
I think we need to move on from the shimmer monster before I start crying. Pressing.
Yeah, the longer I'm here, I'm just thinking of things, and it's
Let's go to somewhere much calmer in here. Stand back. Don't get close
oh my
to
god,
it.
food, yes.
I hope so.
Popcorn? Popcorn? Anybody want popcorn?
Do have another snack if anyone needs one. We know it takes time.
Alright.
And then we'll get to this oddity here.
I wish I could go under the deck, but we don't have under the deck on the sloop when we go to the shimmer.
You don't have a place to get away from the figure? Every sloop that we had a way under. You just put a little hatch in the floor, you can squeeze in under there.
Oh, yeah, maybe we should.
Have a good night. We'll see you soon, sometime on the sea.
I
We'll
guess I will use
advertise.
the schooner next time and go to the shimmer, and then I can hide under the deck.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
They'll
oh,
have to
I
be
got it.
wary.
Maybe just wear a mask, and then they won't know that it's you going through the shimmer.
Ooh, smart.
What a bad idea. The skimmer story, that, you know, this is dangerous.
Future you.
How
I am
terrible
not
would it
the-
be if you came through the shimmer and future you just stopped you and pirated you?
Oh my god, what I am now? I am the before me or future me? Anyone know?
If
I
that
know
happened,
I'm.
I would want to know what happened to, you know, make me want to be a pirate.
True.
Right. I think
mean,
the
have you
first
ever
words
met-
I'd say is, future me, who hurt you?
Oh, that's true.
The question is was it really you, or was it a copy? Was it a different? Was it a monster from the shimmer trying to
Right.
be you?
Or
What
maybe
if
it was
you're not-
inhabited by something else.
What if you're not you anymore?
What am
Who
I?
am I then?
Why
know.
am I imagining all of this?
Somebody pinch her and make sure she's
Oh,
awake.
God.
I've only just met you. I'm not really sure who you are. Not fully.
You're one of the new ones. You're the new you. Oh no, you haven't
Oh.
met us before.
No. Oh shit. Did we go to a shimmer while I was sleeping?
Yes.
Oh god. What's different about me? Do I look different?
I kinda do, but I don't. I just met you.
No, your hat still looks good.
You look like future you, maybe. It's hard to say. It's wait till after you cross the shimmer, and then decide if you look different then.
This sounds a lot like, you don't really go through the shimmer, it goes through you.
But then obviously, if you go through the shimmer and it's then past you, you won't know about the shimmer story, so you'll never know.
No, you just maybe that's why we don't remember it.
I'm gonna forget all about this?
Yeah, it could be. You go through and you go back in time and you de-age and you're past you now. And what if none of this happened?
I recommend, before leaving, everyone's write themselves a note, keep in your pocket.
That's a good idea.
Wouldn't it be better to keep it somewhere that's not in your pocket in case, you know, you get swapped up if future you pass you, what have you, then they'll have the note and you won't, so you still won't
So
know.
should I give the note to somebody else to hold?
You
should make-
So you rent a postal box and
You
I
keep
was
your
going to
notes.
say, post a letter to yourself.
The
Yes.
problem is when it happened to us, there was a future ship as well as a future us.
Oh no.
So
But I have. So should I write on a note? I should probably write to me. No.
Letters to the shimmer.
Well, this brings up a good question. If the postal service goes to the shimmer and they are their past selves, do they forget about packages that they had and no longer have them?
Maybe.
that's the thing.
Should
Are they
we
the
do
time-
future selves? Are the packages already delivered if they're the future selves?
But they don't have to wear the package. They've already been
The
delivered.
packages will be in the sorting office on the ship, so they should be.
so if
Okay.
there's two ships and there's a package of 20 gold coming to me and it goes to the shimmer and there's actually two packages now, so you owe me 40 gold. Where is it?
What? Where did the gold come from?
Trying to con me.
Oh,
Yeah,
I just had
who
another
sent
idea.
it to you? Did they get a receipt
I guess not.
when mailing? You know, large
I don't
money,
have a
we're supposed
receipt
to have a receipt. Otherwise, you know, we're not covered under our insurance. And
I suppose
can't
next
pay.
you'll say the receipt was lost in the shimmer then.
So I'll have to go speak to Doris. Okay.
Oh, hey,
Future
what if?
receipt. You just have to catch up to it. Cross the shimmer a few times, see if you can catch up to the receipt. It's gonna be circling just ahead of you somewhere.
Yeah, but then you might get grabbed going through so many times.
For real?
They might
Yeah.
realize you know what you're doing. And
You know what I just thought of? You know how you guys do a shimmer and a ship disappeared, and they went to a shimmer and another ship appeared? What if it took your ship and gave it to them?
Oh my
What's
god.
happening?
That's the thing.
Stealing
The,
youth.
the future ship was the one that we had to exist on, even though we were awake on the past ship, and we had to put the future us on the past ship and just
Whoa.
let it go.
That's
I'm
mind-boggling.
so confused.
Yeah.
It was
And
a
the
future ship.
future
I'm sure it
operates
had some
in
upgrades,
conjunction.
right? Being a newer model or whatnot.
Oh,
Yeah.
perhaps we should move along because I'm going to have nightmares.
Yeah, we'll move on. Let's go to something delightful now. Wait. No. Well, we'll do the story anyhow. The story of the printing press begins in the polar north. The freighter Frozen Sails was used to deliver supplies to a far-flung polar research base, where the Frozen Institute was located. On the slippery top deck of Frozen Sails, a crew member called out eerily, "Who's there?" when they heard voices in the frozen fog crying, calling out. Stopped the other crew in their tracks. Soon enough, they heard it too. Enchanting voices, calling out not in sorrow, but in song. By the time they could raise the alarm, none of them wanted to any longer. Below decks, a sleeping crew member who would be on a late shift was awakened. They were slid out of bed and across the sleeping quarters. Just as the crew member made it halfway out the top side, the sails, sitting completely untended, whirled and snapped violently in the wind. The heeling of the ship was so intense the crew members, who were not already overboard, were dumped overboard. The crew member was awestruck with horror. The crew member had plugged their ears with rolled cotton to stop the loud crew from waking them, and was oblivious to the sound coming from the ocean. But they knew in an instant what was happening. They were under the attack of the Iron's song. The mast seems authentic. Mass
that's-
weakened by
never
the
mind.
whirling, forceful snapping, groaned and gave way, crashing through the decks below. severely damaging the hull in the process. The crew member climbed into a dinghy, lowered it, and looked around as those nearby sickeningly dove underwater and disappeared into the now still blue abyss. The survivor rowed and rowed for hours in the frozen waters until they reached land. Staggering onto the frosty shores, they called out and collapsed. They had made it to the island of the Frozen Institute and would very soon be found. The same cannot be said for the frozen cells and her other crew. They drifted down, down, into the darkened depths below. The survivor decided to print a book to tell the tale of that horrendous day and use boards from the very dinghy they survived in to make this printing press behind me.
Oh no.
It is said the sea sirens placed a curse on that dinghy because they did not get the chance to clear the ocean completely that day. The now cursed printing press before us can fall out to those nearby to climb into its gnashing jaws. It is rumored to have eventually devoured the crew member who created it, and we wonder, now is it satisfied, or will it strike again?
Uh-oh.
So it's just that printing press, right?
Just this one, as far as we know, it was made from a dinghy, so and I don't think there were many boards left. That's about it.
Ours haven't eaten us yet, so I guess we're fine.
We just use the wood off our island, you know.
Oh, you're making your own printing press?
Yeah.
Oh, you should be fine. If you're not using
Perfectly
recycled
fine.
wood, yeah, you're fine. Everything's all right.
Well, you didn't use any of that cursed wood that you showed me, did you?
Is the cursed wood going around?
You keep thinking it's cursed. It's just green wood, you know.
But no, we would have used whatever wood was closest.
Yes, use only the wood that you harvest yourself. That way you're certain that you're not using any cursed wood of any kind that may be harboring and holding some sort of unnatural event.
So I think we use some white oak, so I think we're pretty safe.
That's the luck. You've done a good job. That's all right. Are we ready for the next and final of the oddities here today?
Exciting times.
In front of us here.
Moving. Oh my god, it was moving.
Oh my god.
Hell.
In front of you stands Hera, the oddity of Itch Meadow Farm. Born during a hurricane, it is believed. She was born in midair, the wrong way around. She has been utterly convinced that she is standing the right way up since she cannot be corrected. She does not use her hooves, and she instead drags herself along the ground with her horns and wiggles side to side to get around. She's able to see berries on the underside of bushes that the other animals miss. So maybe this is a new adaptation of the species in order to fill that void. Her hooves, however, must be filed down regularly. She does not wear them down naturally. She produces what her original owners at the farm referred to as the wrong way milk, in that it comes out the wrong way around. It is said that by not hanging down into her udders and cooling off, the milk stays hotter for longer, and it produces a sweeter, more mature milk with a caramel flavor undertone that is prized over regular milk.
Oh.
Yes, Boggert will get you a sample here. We call it Swilk here at the Oddities Museum. I told you we would eventually introduce you to Swilk. Yes, Boggert's got samples there for everyone if you would like to.
Feel free to get you as many bottles you like.
Okay.
Thank you.
That does
Oh
taste
wow,
good.
that's not bad. Wow.
Yeah.
It's a lot sweeter than the standard milk. Goes through a ripening aging process of some sort, internal to the body, so it's not hanging down, cooling.
Oh. It tastes really, really good.
Oh,
Yeah,
very
that's a
cool.
very unique milk.
Yeah.
This milk.
Question: are you able to get an offspring from this cow that produces this milk?
We haven't tried.
Yeah.
Don't know.
I'm gonna
It
be honest.
seems
She doesn't
confusing.
look like she's really up for having kids.
Oh, oh, oh.
Well, that concludes our tour here today at BoggOdd Oddities Museum. We hope that you enjoyed what you've seen here today, and we hope that you spread word of all of the horrors that you've seen, so that others can come and hear the warnings for themselves.
Upon
get
exit,
bet on that.
feel free to grab a letter or write a review or whatever. We'll take them at the end.
I want to say that cow looks like she would take it laying down.
I was so angry about that joke, I ruined my bit of paper. Damn it.
Oh no! Did anyone have a favorite oddity that they've seen today? I know if you're writing, you can answer later. Just think on it. We like to know. You can write it in your letter if you like.
I saw there was an empty area. Are you planning to expand or make a new story? More stories in here?
Yes, we hope to. We have another. It takes the freighting company time to deliver oddities, and you're welcome to check back. There could be new oddities at times, and it takes a while though, so we're not quite sure. We just got all this put together, so.
I would absolutely recommend this place to everyone who's living near us.
Oh, we would appreciate that. Yes, thank you.
There's a little letter box here that you can drop these off. Thank you.
Is that little slit on the top of that box? Oh, that's handy. You just drop it through.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Wow.
What?
Just wow.
What?
Was not expecting that.
I like the story about the queen with the pots and the pans.
Oh,
That was cool.
the pans. That's one of my favorites. I'm so glad we found
one of my favorites. It's so
Big.
cool.
Where do I put my roof?
Oh, right over here in this box on the end. The little box on the top, I think.
Is everyone out of the dam? I would hate to lock you in.
Don't get locked in there with the shimmer figure and all.
I think we've got all of ours.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to spend the night in there with the clockworks.
Yes, I need to get a clicker so I can count how many people go in and how many people go out.
Who was it who had the big post box thing?
Madeline's got some, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wanted to buy one.
Oh, yeah.
It was a pleasure meeting you all.
What a Pleasure to meet you as well. Thank you very much for stopping in and hearing all of the strange, the odd, and the unusual here at BoggOdd Oddities Museum.
Here are the
Oh, these-
Nice. Come
warnings.
on.
Thank you for the tour.
Yeah, this was a wonderful find. We were just out treasure hunting, me and my admiral, and it was just randomly found this.
Oh, well, we thank you for stopping. We're glad that you... And you just happened to stumble in just at the time we were giving our very first tour. So we couldn't be more pleased to have met you.
Do you have a flyer available?
I was just about to ask that as well.
I think
Put that on
Boggert
a
was...
post.
Boggert, were you working?
I didn't write one up.
That's for you guys.
Oh, thank you for the donation.
Thank you very much. Yes, we accept any and all donations here, but it's none is required. We're here mainly to give warning to people.
And yes, you should get a flyer, and I'm sure we know some people that could deliver it for you too.
There's people that make the deliveries. Oh,
Do you have a sample format for the flyer?
Yes, paper.
Paper. Like I was here and you were there, and now you are here and I am there.
where are you at? Did you cross the shimmer in the world?
Future me will get back to you with that information.
Yes. Past me. Past me no longer cares about that information.
However you would like to do it. I mean, you can write something, or Morgan, you can get Morgan to write something up for you. She's done that for a few people. Just
Okay.
let it on it.
Okay, I'll work on something and try to get it to you tomorrow.
Okay.
Wonderful.
If I can ask just this, what's a good time to come by for tours?
That's part of what we'll work up on the flyer. We're not positive yet.
Yeah,
All right.
we definitely want to be more sociable and attend some events. So if there's events on the water, the museum will probably be closed on those days, so we
Or
can
maybe
attend.
Closed for special events and such on the seas, probably. But we're going to try to be open on weekends, but we're not quite sure which days yet. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, something like that.
Like those.
Or if you ever send anything out by post, send something to C5 Calamity Bluffs.
T5 Calamity Bluffs.
Yeah, the Denmark-Norway trading company. We will post something up on a noteboard or something so other people can see it. And we'll have a post box there so you can drop it in.
And we'll have the postal service deliver one to you.
As soon as we know, we'll come bring one to you guys, Hal.
Oh, excellent. All right. It was a pleasure meeting you. I do apologise. I need to run back to the ship.
Safe travels to you.
Oh, pleasure meeting you as well. Safe seas too. Watch at the shimmer.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, yeah, that's terrifying. Oh, God.
Nice to meet you as well. Thank you both for stopping in.
Thank you for the tour. It was amazing.
Oh, you're very welcome.
So, Talsa, are we going to find the treasure?
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
I know whereabouts it is.
Yeah. Let's go.
Thought the treasure was right here.
Safe seas to you
Wait.
both.
This is a magnificent treasure. We're looking for some other treasure as well.
Oh, well, thank
If
you.
we find any oddities in it, we'll drop them off.
Oh,
If you find any spirits, take them home with you.
Will do.
Good luck.
Safe.
you both. Thank you very
Have a
much.
nice day.
Hunting.
Hope you have a nice hunt.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Yes, we should get on with
Yeah,
that.
we should get on going. Thank you for the tour. It was brilliant. I actually had a really great time.
Wonderful.
Definitely looking forward to, coming around when you get more of your shipments in and stuff.
Oh, sure. We're gonna try. We don't know how long it'll take. The world takes time.
Understandable. But yes, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you very much. We'll get that letter to you. I'll get the notice to you so we can get it spread along the seas. We just
Absolutely.
weren't quite ready today to encounter everyone.
Fair enough.
Understandable.
It was good to see you. Oh,
You as well.
do you know if Norman's still here?
Oh, we ran into Norman the other day when we stopped by your port to send off a pen letter or a pen pal letter.
Yes, we got a very passive-aggressive note from Norman, and I'm guessing he didn't see the letter from head office for him that we'd put on the notice board, so we brought a copy over here. I don't know if he's... I mean, is he still...
He was supposed to see Elias about some hide, I think.
Okay, Can I give you the letter, and then if you see him, you can give it to him?
I'll give it to Elias because they were going to meet up, and Elias was going to do some tailor work for him.
Yeah, Elias be the one that sees him first, I would think. So, but we'll be ready either way.
It's on the ship. Of course, it's on the ship for safekeeping.
I'm gonna run and get it.
Yeah.
We're heading back that way. We can walk with you.
Do that.
Let's close the doors here.
I always do that. I go to get, letters out of my pocket and forget they're in the sort of office on the ship.
Don't you just love this new dock? I like it. It's real fancy.
Yeah, it's good.
It all looks really nice. I honestly didn't think there was going to be that much stuff in that building. Like, the building is, not gigantic or small, but there was a lot more stuff in there than I was thinking there would.
Huh?
So by the
Shall we
small one
try?
as well.
Yeah, we should.
We can take it another time, I guess.
Well, we've got some on the boat. If you wanna.
No worries.
Next to you. Be careful out there.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah, once the word gets out, these docks are going to be so crowded you won't be able to pass each other.
I'm done.
Even the chickens enjoying the dock or walking out on the sea here.
Well, yeah.
What in the world? Was that chicken floating?
Wow, that's the first pig I've seen over here in all day today.
Well, they're still showing up sometimes, looks like. Put a little gateway in to stop the pigs from wandering the town so often. They just want to pile in, it seems like.
We kind of got the inspiration. We kind of ran around your port and saw what we did and looked good.
Oh yeah,
Nice gateway
he's
there.
brilliant.
Steal all the inspiration you want.
It's beautiful.
I don't
there
worry
it
about it.
is. Never mind.
Madeline, perfect. What number are we up to with the pen pals?
Oh dear lord, hold
Because we
on.
got two, maybe 3 people signing up.
Okay, while I check that out, can you get the Norman's letter from the ship?
Yeah, what's up happened?
Not much. It's good to see.
Hang on.
I walked around and rubbed myself on everything to leave scent.
Ooh.
Does it have my name? She gave you mine?
Yeah, it's just got your name in it. Nothing's just your name.
Oh. Oh, geez, Postal Service.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll give this one back and try and get another one. Did you fill it out completely or just your name?
I just put down my name and where I live.
Okay.
If
I
it's
don't
a
even see
book,
it.
there should be another page in there with, you know, other forms.
Yeah, should be.
I think it was only 3 pages.
Oh yeah, it's got the pages. It's just that he's got his
took
name
up
there
the whole
already.
entire space with my giant name. I don't know how to write. I'm sorry.
I guess I can stick my name under your name in this book.
I put a separate thing. Did I not put a separate? I'm pretty sure I gave a separate page.
Oh, that's not for me. I was gonna take
okay.
that and just put it in my pocket.
Okay, let me give you this.
I don't know. I kind of rushed it. There was a lot of people talking at once. I can sort it out if you need it.
No, I got it. I got it.
Ah, cool.
Oh, I see.
Okay, I'll give that to Elias.
Thank you.
Ooh.
Okay, up to. I can't remember how many more that guy on the ship wanted. I think it was 9.
Jesus.
That's why you say like 84.
You guys deliver letters to like a prison?
Ooh.
I mean, we could deliver letters to the Navy who will give them to the. I don't know.
That's a good
cool.
idea. Should
Yeah,
write
if you
a
tell us where it's gotta go, we'll get it.
program and get money from the Navy.
I don't want Quinoa as my pen pal. That's a bit pointless.
Organ.
You won't get a pen pal that's on the from
Brilliant.
the same place. What did you say, man?
1046.
104, as in that's the next one. So to give Quinoa that, or that's the last one that you had.
No, that's the next one.
Oh, number 666, perfect.
We have a similar laugh.
Oh, where's your sister at? I thought I heard her.
Right. Did anyone else want a pen pal while we're here?
Boggett, did you want a pen pal?
I do want a pen pal.
How much is
Got
it?
me, I'm a
for a
landlord.
year. 2 silver for a year.
Okay.
Right, I'll take one. One for each of us. Then we can hand out warnings through pen pal. I don't even have to have visitors.
Oh yeah, you guys should pick each other's names.
What if we get each other? We're writing to each other all this time and we have no clue it's each other.
We try and avoid.
There we go.
Alright, well that'll help.
Avoid, people at the same port because I'm a bit disappointed if that happens.
How do I fit
I
a...
tried to.
And pick a name, like
Halibut 6969.
or Halibut 6969. Yeah.
Can I
That
have...
was can't have that one.
Well, I don't know. I don't want it to
Fishes,
be
Daddy.
descriptive.
So how do I sign up for more pen pals? Should
What
I come back
additional
when
pen
you guys
pals
have
if you
your
want more than
system
one?
figured out? Numbers?
What'll be?
And also, is it possible to stuff a book in an envelope?
No, but you can gift
Oh.
wrap a book. You just
Wrap.
can't see the address label once it's gift wrapped. So you have to make sure there's a note to
Okay.
say who it's for.
Okay.
Is some of the pen pals people that's working in the Navy? Sometimes you want to boost morale and help
Yeah.
as much as possible.
Oh, yeah.
You should have a program where people write letters to the...
Yeah, that's just called mail.
Well,
Yeah.
like random people open, like there's letters of encouragement or not encouragement.
I mean, you could just
Like if
address
Pierre
it.
was writing a letter, it would
to a
not be
Navy person.
encouraging.
Yeah, because they put me in a prison, so
Why did they put you in a
What?
Yeah, why'd they do that?
Put you in prison.
Was it
We
because you
showed
didn't
up.
pay your parking fine?
No, I don't have no parking fines.
That's such a lie.
Yeah, I
It's
think
not a lie. What are you
you
talking
guys
about?
paid that off for him. Remember?
Like,
He's an intern.
See?
What's it up to now,
I
Xavier?
told you.
Oh, I don't even remember. It's so big that it's like off the line on the paperwork.
Oh, God.
That
Looks like
can't
the
be a
Postal
possibility.
Service is bankrupt then, because he's your intern.
Yeah.
No, he didn't sign out the proper paperwork.
No.
Yeah, like the guy that's with us today has signed a contract and everything. Did you sign a contract?
Also, for the record,
Did
that's
you
my
sign a
ship
contract?
right there. Is that the one that has a fines?
I don't know. I can't see the names.
It's called the Hollaback Girl.
Nope.
Because I remember back
That's my
in the
shit, that's
summer
why.
of a 60. Oh, come on, Aquinoa, come on.
I've
Anyway.
seen Quinoa's ship before, you idiot.
Yeah, I think
You
this
even gave
was the
us a
line
tour of
it had the
everyone's
pipes
ships
on the
at April
front.
Fools.
Yeah.
All the ships we were there.
Try and fool someone else.
Look,
Yeah,
fool
we got
you
pi-
once,
Hey.
shame on me. Fool you twice, probably in the Navy. You know what they say?
I didn't realize that was the same.
I haven't heard that one.
No.
Yeah,
That's a good
anyway,
one.
we went to prison because we delivered the Navy's laundry and they did not believe us.
What?
Oh.
Did you have a receipt?
Yes, and they have a contract in their files, and they still did not believe us.
What in the world and put you in prison? That's
Everyone knows we have the Navy contract.
Not everyone. I didn't know that. So
Everyone knows.
not everyone.
Well, you know now.
Well, you know now, so it's, everyone here knows, so it's everyone.
Well, they told us at the event, I thought, actually.
Well, I've been telling everyone. I know everyone.
You will never know about the Navy.
So what was the prison like? Can we recreate it since you know the inside and then...
I think it's fair to say that prison hasn't changed it.
Actually, yeah, we did get an
Requesting permission
entire
to come
tour of
out.
the prison. Yeah.
Can't say that's on my to-do list personally, but at least you had fun.
Can that be an exhibit for
was-
the Oddities
no,
Museum?
It was not the fun.
A
was
recreation
awful.
of prison?
what a recruit. No,
What?
no.
Yeah, in a cake, in a
that's
cake,
the one.
like for every single tour.
We already have a couple of prisons in there. You
No,
don't
would you
want
like
to.
that?
then
The
we can
Navy one,
recreate it.
I'm not
Every
going
day.
back. I'll never go back.
You put some mannequins in there and a painting easel.
You don't have to go back. You don't have to.
I'm not going back. I'm never going back.
We're
Maybe
not
we should
taking
all
you back.
leave. He's getting a little PTSD.
Okay. Do you need, like... Do you need a chat with, like, your sister or something? Is that gonna help?
It's a fine. I have my therapist here. It's a cool.
You need a
Uh,
hug?
She probably hates you, so, you know. It's fine.
You know, I offered a lot of people in the Navy hugs, and no one wanted to go for.
Oh,
Did
your
you have a
sister
fist
hates you
slap
so
when you
much.
offered it?
No.
Oh. Yeah, okay, that's harsh then.
Yeah, no.
Oh, you know what would be crazy?
even- What?
Is if you were a pen pal, you got your sister as pen pal.
That'd be crazy.
What if you got your mother?
Oh no.
Speaking of pals, who has the book right now?
What book?
Nope.
Oh, the book that you gave me. I thought that was for the. Was I supposed to do something with it?
You gotta fill it out with your name, and if you want a pen pal name, you could be anonymous and stuff like that. And then where you live, which is here.
Or you can come up with a great handle
there-
like Halibut 6969.
Yeah, no one would know that that's how.
Like an echo. That's weird.
I just said that.
The name heard round the world. Halibut is 69 is 69.
Yeah. I like that. My name's
Oh,
Hal, by
famous.
the way. Hal Edward Butt. Pleasure to meet you.
Uh-huh.
Hello.
That's where you normally introduce yourself.
My name is on the sign.
Lawrence of Arabia.
Hey, what's it
Your
bappin'?
name is Town of Five Torches.
Hey, what's it bappin'?
So that's Pierre.
What?
Hi,
We've
Pierre.
met before.
Wow, yeah, but I'm like I said, I'm trying to stay under cover, like alone. I
It's
don't
too
want to go
late.
back
It's-
to prison, okay?
It's too late. I've already written about you in a letter to him. So sorry.
Bar
Back
sex.
to sorry.
It's okay. I won't pull you out from undercovers.
Honestly, the Navy might just show up anyway because they put the innocent people in the jail, so it could have happened to anyone.
What?
Yeah,
Did
he was put in prison for doing the Navy's laundry.
Ah.
Yeah, he was innocent. Didn't
He
do
had like
anything wrong.
paperwork and everything, and they still threw him in jail. Crazy.
Did you happen to tear up their laundry? Because I've been finding bits of navy cloth all over the place.
No, we have a triple filtration system on our water filtration and stuff, as a plumbed by freaking a Derek, and you know we take a utmost of care. We like fix snags and stuff. You know, it's a wonderful experience to do a laundry.
Ah, well, why'd you get in trouble then?
Because the Navy is so stupid.
Is that why you're wearing a hat right now?
No, that's because
pink hair?
after I woke up in the hospital, there was a lot of stuff going on, and I couldn't have to find my hat.
We skipped something here. You woke up in a hospital now.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Was that because of the Navy?
Did they punch you?
You guys are looking for my whole life story? What the balls? It's like an interrogation. I won't go back, okay?
No, we're just showing concern.
Had
Asking
enough
what happened.
interrogations for a lifetime.
Yeah.
Could be an interesting newsletter story.
But that's what
And
I was
falsely
thinking. The more detail, the
imprisoned and-
better for the, you know.
See,
newsletter.
newsletters. They're writing down real things. See.
Yeah. Tell the real story of the wrong imprisonment of Mr. Pierre.
The Navy are stupid, says Pierre.
That one is a free.
That one's a good one.
Okay, quote me. That's fine. You can quote me under that one.
Okay. The
I mean, I
Navy
was going
are
to anyway, whether you said yes or not.
What? You gotta get
You
my
said it in
permission from my
public.
accountants. Oh, boss, is this in public?
Yeah.
You guys got a public dock? What's wrong with you? I thought the council had agreed to have like a private docks. Where's the gate system? I thought this was a gated
Yeah, I took
community.
that up with the HOA.
Well, you're part of a
I am
council?
the HOA. Yeah, I'm on the council.
Okay, Garrett.
Oh, it's interesting.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
the
only
council,
person
you
who
don't even live here.
normally disagrees with me is writing about a pen pal junk, so he's not paying attention. So we're good.
I find it weird
Yeah,
he's
I'm
on
on
the
the
council and he doesn't even live here.
I have a business right behind you.
I don't know it's yours.
Cool.
Yes, but it's over there, I guess. It's kind of like back adjacent, I guess.
You're back adjacent.
Did you get it, Boggert? I can try to help.
Is
Yeah,
it
get
actually,
it.
you know, his shop?
Alright.
Yes.
I see.
Yeah, actually.
No, we returned the laundry, which is the stupidest part. We weren't picking up. We were giving them back their own laundry.
Or
Actually,
did
no
you
one
try and
pointed out that
charge
we might have killed
for
him.
it?
That's a good... You know, that would have actually made a sense if they were like, oh, you killed a bunch of people, and these are their, like, remains. But no.
Nope. They.
No!
Oh, I saw the clothes.
Some-
They actually gave us Navy uniforms.
Somehow, they thought I was kidnapping them by handing them laundry.
With no weapons or handcuffs
no
or
weapons.
Wait,
ropes.
are you the reason why they have the buddy system and everything now there? That, like, is that because of you bringing laundry in?
Well, no,
No,
apparently
they
they were
were
trying to be
actually-
kidnapped. Other people were
Yeah,
trying to
the
kidnap
other
them.
folk. Yeah, not us.
It's
I saw
why they
you
let us
guys
out.
watched the
They,
crows and everything. He put him in his boat.
Kidnapping them.
He did like a triple spin
I
action
don't
on his
think
boat.
anyone sounds like him.
He's like,
You sounded
Yeah, I
just
can't-
like me with the boat!
I can't get that right.
Have you been
should
kidnapping
have
Navy
some
people?
opium. It'll get
Maybe
anyone
been framed by your
mad.
sister.
Yeah.
oh yeah, that is your sister.
Twin? Like a twin sister or a twin brother?
Not that I'm aware of.
Maybe somebody's in and like
Ooh.
Oh, actually, I did hear about a Navy person that apparently sounds like me, but follows around some judge or some junk. I don't know.
I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you should sue the
Yeah.
Navy.
We considered that, but if they were to throw me in a prison just for doing their own laundry, what would they do if I actually sued them? You know, I'm not trying.
Well,
to
you'd
get,
want
like,
to
the
show up with legal
guillotine.
representation. That way, they couldn't just do that to you. You'd have your
Well,
lawyer
it really
present.
doesn't matter. I showed up with the Derek, and they took us both. You know.
The thing
Oh,
is,
like a
like, I
subpoena.
don't think you can sue
Yeah.
the Navy because they're His Majesty's Navy, and that'd be like suing the King. Exactly, you can't do that.
Dear
Yeah.
King of the Navy of Britain or some junk, meet me at a 5 Torches.
What?
Yeah, well, can you just print that and then I don't have to tell nobody because everyone will tell everyone?
Oh, if you want flyers delivering, you know, for that, then you'll have to pay.
No, I mean
You
you just
charge
put it
for
in your
flyer service.
newspaper. You got a newspaper,
Yeah,
right?
or sell your newspaper.
Advertising space in the newspaper.
It's not advertising space, it's
Okay.
a story.
Yeah,
Or
don't
sell your
don't print my
newspaper,
story
so-
then. Yeah, never mind.
We'll
If anything,
sell you
you
the
should pay
idea of
him.
a newspaper
Yeah.
for space in the newspaper.
It's weird. You
Yeah.
almost matched the wanted photo for that one ad newspaper.
Oh, balls.
Yeah, just kidding.
Okay, because I am a wanted in several places, so you know I was worried that it was getting out.
What in the world?
But you're
How did
innocent,
that
right?
happen? It's only gone for 2 days.
Nah, I didn't think so because that's a trumped up charges, so it can't possibly. No. No, my bandages might be leaking through. See? Yeah, I got the bandages and stuff.
Oh no!
I don't want to
have
get
'em
those wet.
changed.
What?
I shouldn't let those get
I,
wet either.
I have them changed. He's a cool. No, it was after.
What you do is you claim that the Navy men beat you up and stuff, you know? Really push your story with your lawyer.
Oh yeah, that's a good, yeah.
It happened afterwards in front of a whole bunch of witnesses. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of fucked up there. That's right. The Navy are stupid. Says Pierre.
We've been there. There's a lot of areas to do your laundry.
Yep.
Yeah, they've definitely got the facilities for it, so.
Oh,
I worked hard on the plumbing.
took a tour of the
Yeah.
whole place.
I've just been upgrading the dryers and seating area.
Open 24 hours, they told us.
Oh no.
No, you can come and do your laundry whenever you like. Self-service.
Wait, I
Or
thought
we offer
you
better
were
services.
a laundry service.
Yeah,
Now you have to
we
do
are.
your own washing?
No, you do your own washing, but you got to pay if you want us to do it. Let's say we've got the soaps, we've got the different
Look at the scent, the mothball
flavors. Whichever of you who ate the soap, I guess.
Our number one mothball scent.
Stop eating the soap!
The lavender scent.
Wait, who's eating soap?
No one. Don't worry about it.
We also use a triple a water filtration system using reverse osmosis.
That's a lot of words.
I know. All of our detergents and starches are free of chemicals. They're synthetic and all natural.
I can't touch soap. It washes off the fish oil.
Paraben free and dye free and fix free. Have I mentioned our many fragrances?
A
Mothball.
mothball being one of them.
Yes, everyone loves the mothball scent. It's the number one scent worldwide.
I mean, yeah,
You
you
should
ate
try
it,
like
so...
a fish oil scent.
Oh, that's a good idea. We
Not
can
everyone
use
wants to
that.
smell like
Yeah, but we can offer it to those who do, you know.
Fish oil soap.
They're like a fish
Okay,
oil and
yep.
ribbon scent.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Seems better. That seems better.
Yeah, I like fish.
For a half page, right, so it... And 25.
We got 10
page.
silver.
Are you just making up these prices as you go?
No, I was trying to remember.
Okay, just checking.
I've had a lot of things to write down and remember
Yeah,
today.
yeah.
We've had
He's a
so many-
professional.
Yeah, that fish oil, you're going to want those omega-3 fatty acids on your clothes. Really going to beef them up.
Yeah.
Beefy
It does
clothes.
wonders on skin.
Yeah. Just imagine what the clothes... I mean, yeah, it's a good idea. I'm going to start producing some of that.
It also makes you water resistant and swim faster.
Oh. The Navy
Clothes
here.
that are water resistant.
Yeah, the oil doesn't mix well with the water, so you know you kind of swim like a fish if you do like a full fish oil like skincare routine.
Oh, because we are 80% water, so therefore the other 20% mixes in with the fish oil, just makes you...
Does that make you a mermaid?
No, I don't think so. I haven't grown any gills.
Okay. I'm just wondering.
Although I do get attacked by a lot of mermaids.
I don't want to go into prison, though, for doing science, so...
No, that's fair.
Wait, you can't do science?
Yeah, I think the Navy will throw you into jail for doing science.
I mean,
looking at...
maybe if you draw up a really quick, like, if someone wants to try it, you know, they sign the thing, and if anything happens, it's not your fault, blah, blah, blah. And then you're good.
Seems like a
That's
lot of work.
weird. Just yesterday, they bought an alchemic recipe from me so that their alchemists could do science with it.
Yeah, I think I hear they're experimenting. There's a dungeon within the Navy, within Port Proudshire, where they're experimenting on sailors inside there to make a more of a different type of human to combat the threats of the pirates, because they're getting more smart with their tactics. So they're that's what I hear. The pirates are.
Also, like, I guess, like, you know, if someone wants to sue them
Stop
for rank
raining.
and stuff, what they're gonna do? Sue the king?
True.
They're just gonna
yeah.
take some of their special soldiers out from the dungeon and have you murdered.
Although it is all about the way you word it. Don't sue the Navy. Sue the crew member or whatever that arrested you wrongly and have him punished under the Navy's laws.
Yeah, was it like some sailor or something? Like, you'll be fine.
No, it was the secretary.
Yeah, some kind of secretary.
Was it Secretary
Oh,
Crampton?
fuck.
What a nerd. Secretary.
Or was it Secretary
Yeah, it
Pierre?
was- no, it's a different one.
That's the only two secretaries I know. Mostly because I only do
Yeah,
trade.
It's a Pure Hair and a Clements and something like a rock.
Oh, Rock
Razor.
Bottom.
Yeah, or
Yeah, I do
something.
know him.
Yeah, Rock Bottom.
They're a bunch of pencil pushers, huh?
Yeah.
Wait,
It's
if you
really
was in
dumb, I don't
prison,
know.
did you meet the warden?
Nobody named the warden. I don't think so.
Nobody introduced themselves as the warden.
What in the
dude.
world?
I met the warden on the docks one day. Yeah, he was an interesting fella.
I think we might have met him as well at one point, and he like almost did a trade with us, but then left.
What
I
the
remember
boss?
something about a warden.
So there's not any like prisoners in there, and they're just looking for something to do. So they arrested us, so they had something to do. Because it sounds like the freaking warden has nothing to do with like a work.
Well, have you really seen the Navy in these waters yet?
Well,
Yeah, we just gave a bunch of flyers to them like just before we came in.
Probably
They
use
were
their
in
fish oil to swim under the waters, not insulated, not detected.
They just came from B6 through B5, and we passed them in B4, like just past the shimmer.
Yeah, right before we got here.
Yeah.
They're looking for me.
Hey, do you guys use a
Oh, they
calendar?
might have been. I
a
didn't
new
think about that.
trail.
Did we use a
Does
what, sorry?
Does the postal service use a calendar? You guys use
Um,
calendars?
I mean, we keep track of the days, yeah.
Do you have like a calendar on your ship?
No.
Oh,
Derek?
Look, I'm just saying they exist,
The-
and people have got them.
This
That's
Doris
true.
can't work
Newspaper.
you on Sunday.
It's not fake newspaper. Nobody,
It is fake
nobody would
newspaper.
lie in a newspaper.
Yes, they would.
Yeah, if you read it, it's true.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
That's fake newspaper.
Yeah, like just here, I have this
Oh.
piece of paper that says PS
Yeah.
sucks, so it has to be true.
Yeah, if it's written down, it's absolutely true.
Oh
I'm
no.
kidding.
We haven't seen it written, so it's not true. She's just saying it's written. That's different.
Okay, I'm a blind.
Oh, you have 7
I'm blind
days once
now.
you look at it. And it'll become true.
Oh,
Oh no, sounds like that's how it works.
Oh, hey, Pierre, you have mail.
A what? Oh no.
Oh.
Oh, congratulations. Wow, you've been holding on to that letter for a while, and he's been standing here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read this.
But you have
I don't
to.
want to look at it.
I'm not
The
gonna read
words,
this.
they'll burn into your soul, and then
Yeah.
it'll become
7
true.
days.
what if it's from the
7
Navy and
days.
it's like this is a $1 million reward for wrongfully imprisoning you?
Oh, hey, come
That
on, I
would
have some mail
never
for you, actually.
happen. Imagine the Navy
Okay.
being competent. No.
Hey, I got mail. It says Pierre sucks.
Oh, it's written down. Gotta be true.
Oh God, 7 days.
Sucks to suck.
It's not true yet. It's not true. It's got 7 days. Then it becomes true. Unless we.
Oh, you have
I don't
7 days to suck. Okay.
Seven days. That could be the name of a play of some sort.
Maybe with a quest, we gotta unsuck you.
Just,
Uh,
just to give it to Baked. It's fine. He's looking for quests.
Oh. Is he gonna unsuck you?
Oh my god.
Possibly later, I guess. I don't know, but
Okay.
he's
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 pretty
looking for
smart.
quests and stuff. So yeah.
Is he one of the people that have planted their seed in you guys?
Oh, what?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
whole
yeah,
thing.
definitely.
I'm not involved in that portion of the club.
There's a lot of seeds and planting and
Yeah,
apparently
we like to grow things.
sucking. I don't know.
Rattling.
Hey, that's in your heads.
So if you're doing seed and planting, you have to have some of that poop that makes fertilizer, and you gotta smear it.
Gross. What? You make
Yeah, we were
poop
just
into
talking about
fertilizer.
using our
Gross.
left hands. They use their right hands. I use my left hand.
What? I thought you were a farmer. Didn't you grow those crops on the hillside at your port?
Yeah.
How do you?
I'll just use some rotten veg.
Oh,
That works.
well, mine grows.
This guy says veg a lot.
Yeah, well, mine's growing really good. That's
What's wrong
why.
with veg?
What kind of poop do you
I
use?
thought-
Oh,
Did you
I
just ask what's wrong
use
with Vegemite?
I use chicken.
I don't know. Gross. I'm not eating anything from here.
Oh, just make sure you don't drink the coffee from the coffee cup that's made out of poop.
Out of the monkeys. Monkey poop.
Oh, don't trust monkeys.
Yeah.
I hear they can pick
The snacks here are
coffee
good,
beans
though.
or something.
Can
Or
be
they
trusted.
eat the coffee beans and then they poop them out and then they use those coffee beans as coffee.
Definitely
Ew.
don't trust monkeys that can drive carts.
No.
I just don't trust monkeys, honestly.
Oh. Don't trust them.
Oh, you. Sometime you'll go through the museum and you'll know.
Yeah, you'll hear all the stories. Our museum we have built over on the edge of town.
Yeah,
It's
it's not like
glowing
an
reviews.
antiquities
You should
subject.
definitely go.
Today's the grand opening.
Oh, there's not antiquities in there.
Let's go to the museum then.
Okay. Yeah, let's go, I guess, because
Strange and odd
if
things
you got
in there.
antiquities, you know, I would like to look for them. I have not found a cleaver yet there. Oh, boss, you know what? I told the story of Genghis Sopran earlier today. It was so good.
Oh,
Right.
Genghis prawn?
Yeah, but that was right after the opium, so I'm not sure I told it right, but yeah.
There's a lot of...
He missed something there. He said something about opium.
goodness.
Well, he was in the hospital, wasn't he?
I was
I
in
feel
the
like you're
hospital,
only
and there
giving
was an
bits
opium.
and pieces to hook us, but then leaving the rest of it out.
Oh, no,
I
it was
am quite
opium.
the hooker, that's true. But no, in fact, I'm a laying down what you're picking up, and we're building together the barn of the future.
Planting
you
the
don't wanna-
seed.
Don't want to be future you. That's not a good thing.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
You heed the warning.
And
Not
be past
future.
you.
What?
You'll learn about that in the museum.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Anyway, we have some people to see and some
We do letters to deliver.
shenanigans to be done.
Yep.
Never end.
Yes, guys, thanks for letting us go through the museum. It was really, really
Yeah.
cool.
Very
pleasure.
welcome.
Cool.
And we'll
Indeed,
send
thank
everyone.
you.
Thank you for joining us. We hope you heard some tales to warn you. We'd like for everyone to be safe out there on the seas.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been a wonderful.
And thanks for signing off the pen pal thing. We'll get like introductory letters to you guys as soon as possible.
Oh, I'm excited about that. We'll
I
see
want
what we
somebody
get.
I can't wait
famous.
for my welcome hat and pack.
Oh, that's the gold package. That's actually 5 silver for you.
No.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it was a gold.
I don't have enough.
Gold pack.
Gave Derek my 200 ass copper.
Yeah.
Gross.
Well, maybe you can
Don't
ask
wanna
your
know-
pen pal for a free hat.
Yeah, that's not...
Yeah.
Yeah, you can send gifts and stuff.
Oh,
Wash my hands in over here. One sec.
Anyway, it's been lovely to see you all, as usual.
Pleasure.
Wonderful to
Safe
see you as
sounds.
well. You see,
Yeah. Stay out of prison.
Yeah, sorry about that, Pierre. Beware the suck.
Sister's gonna worry about you. Beware
And
the
this
suck.
happens, you know.
Toodles.
Hey, and let us know
Bye.
about and we'll get that out for you.
Me?
No, not you.
Oh, okay.
The theme flyer.
Oh, yes, thank you. We'll
Okay.
get it for you. Thank you very much. Safe seas.
Bye.
Safe seals too. I don't know what that means, but
Ew.
safe seals.
Darn.
Safe sneeze.
Oh, bless you.
Thank you.
If anyone thinks
Ugh,
they've seen a
gross.
ghost, it's just Elias. He's over there.
What is Elias?
He's in the
Oh.
workshop.
Oh, is he awake?
Yeah.
Is that a ghost?
You know, Elias is Employee of the Month.
Elias.
Ah, there is a
How
ghost
much
in
is
the
the
upper window.
museum? I only have 100 ass copper left.
How much is the museum?
It's free. We take donations at the end.
Today I woke up with a nothing.
I have some copper. Don't worry.
Take whatever. Might have a little
Like,
something.
Yeah, I woke up with nudity, so
Ugh.
Oh, having an out-of-body experience?
No, I was in my body, apparently, but I was on the beach.
I'll go get some real money.
No, bring the copper. I want to hear the story.
What do you have? Do you have money that's not real? You're doing fake money now? That's a bad idea.
No, I'm not sure exactly what it means, but based on just the words he's saying, I'd like to hear how he keeps his coinage, you know?
Real money. I'll go get the real money. Don't say that at the Navy port. They may misinterpret you again.
I'm not going to the Navy probably for a while.
Yeah, that's probably safest.
Elias,
Also,
there's a letter in the mailbox. The going postal wanted you to give it to Norman if you see him. I told him that Norman may be stopping by to get some clothing tailored.
Okay, I'm gonna put a folder in one of the boxes for him, so if I'm not around, you can take care of it.
Okay.
Right.
I left it in the mailbox there.
Elias, congratulations, Elias. Good job.
Was that his name?
Thank you.
Matt?
What'd you do to get Employee of the Month?
He
Worked so hard.
He hasn't seen the sign yet.
No, it's all in time.
Surprise! Woo.
Yeah, we have to go to the
Surprise.
museum whenever we're ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Probably.
Where'd Tansy go?
It's Tansy.
I'm coming.
You want me to call her? I can call her if you want.
I see
I'm
her.
coming.
She's right there.
We can call her if
She
you
probably
want.
can't hear us. Yeah, okay. 1 second.
She might like it if you
I'm so glad I was prepared for.
It's wise to park a ship over here where people think there's a visitor at the museum.
I was actually going to go over and collect wood.
Oh, well, it's all right. I got the roof finished. I don't know.
Oh, perfect.
We can use some wood, but we don't need a ton of wood, I don't think.
Well, I was going to stock up the other. I think Elias was going to work on a new ship.
Oh, yeah, all right. You can come in this way, Elias, if you need. Waves are gonna lift you over there.
It'll be just fine. I'm just fine.
Yep, I do.
Guy has a lot of quinoanisms.
Canonisms, yeah.
Quinoanisms. Tansy said wait, she's going to look for Oliver.
Oh, okay.
My plan.
Oliver? I didn't see
How is
Oliver.
he? Oh, he can't walk.
Owen.
Oh,
No, it's Owen, not Oliver. Is it fine?
Ah.
Yeah.
Owen, all right. Yes, that's good.
Oliver is my
It's
plan.
Oceany.
Yeah, we found a nice little dock here. It's called the Berry Dock.
What'd you call it? Berries?
Yeah, it's a berry dock.
Like raspberry? That's it the color?
Well,
Berries and cream, berries and cream. I'm a little lad that loves the berries and cream.
yeah, it's almost like you could set some place settings here and maybe have a tea party.
What in the world? You wouldn't want a tea party right here.
Oh, can you have birthday parties here?
Yes, we can hold social events here.
Oh,
Oh, nice. What do you get for having you have like a pies or what do you offer?
We would have to.
What's the package?
We would have to talk about what the social event is going to be, and then we would cater to the event.
Well, we can do a scooter club event here.
You wouldn't have tacos at an event when you're celebrating Italian eatery.
Yeah, we would like to probably have events here from now on. As you saw, nobody really picked up on our event at the grand opening, so
oh no.
you know you got like more people in the space and stuff. We'll probably just run events here. You know, you got the
Is the inside cooled though? I worry about the heat.
It is. It is a little
town
heat
is
gets
freaking air.
in. It depends on the time of day. Some days it's hotter than others.
Yeah, every time I come here, it's a heat wave.
Heat wave been freaking me out.
Well, maybe you need to adjust your health a little bit to have a little more fortitude. And
I'm forted up.
I smoke
Same.
rocks.
I have like
What?
I had to put it into numbers. I'd say it's in the 92.
What?
Nothing helps. Even I would freeze to death.
Maybe you're wearing fur.
I'm not wearing anything. Wearing cloth, pretty much, and I'm wearing a gown.
Yeah, it's
Nothing wrong.
unfortunate.
He's got ventilation down there.
With a hospital gown?
We got ventilation everywhere.
Oh, we did start on the new section of the town. So we've put in 2 new houses. One could be a business house for the nail salon.
See, I told you.
Oh, it grew.
Yeah, we got 2 buildings now.
It's amazing.
Although the last tour group, I think they were kind of discouraged on coming to the nail salon.
What?
We
You're sabotaging us?
It's
Wow.
No,
As
we-
a member of the
we-
council, I frown onto that.
No,
No
we were
reason.
advertising for you, and they kind of went to.
Oh, well, I might be changing into a therapy salon. Like,
Ooh,
Uh-huh.
therapy salon. Oh my goodness.
yeah. Just came up with that right now. At the tip of my tongue.
That sounds pretty nice.
About a therapist
Who do makeup?
where you listen to people's troubles and you give advice.
Yeah, I just gotta listen to him.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. That's the truth.
What do you keep throwing in there? You littering?
My pockets are full of crab. Okay. And it's rotting.
Oh, it's just
the
washed
heat.
back up
Gross.
over on the shore there. There.
It'll be fine. It'll slide down there. It's rotting.
Oh, great. It's
There you go,
raining.
wash
I
away.
have
There you go.
bandages.
I'm gonna go inside because it's raining. I don't want to.
Read the signs on the entry.
There's no.
Try the swilk.
You have to try the swilk while you're here.
Is Owen coming?
I hollered for him, but I didn't hear anyone, so I don't know if he's napping.
Nah.
Hello. Let's see. One.
Welcome to the BoggOdd Oddities Museum.
We'll have 4
Someone will be
adults,
with you shortly.
maybe 3 adults and 1 child.
We have like some waiting music.
Who's the child?
Sure, I can sing the battle song.
I don't need the waiting music. It's fine.
You'll hear some money.
Money? That better be copper.
If that covers our tickets.
Sure.
Child. The 3 adults.
There's no
The child is sitting
child.
down right now. He's right over there sitting down.
I am
He's
not a
right there.
child. If anyone is you, it's like an ancient person to discount.
He's a very overgrown teenage child. He's teenage.
What the balls?
You just have a growth
That's a
spurt.
28. What?
A growth spurt there. He's a little talks back too.
Elias,
Next time you have an episode, I'm gonna let you just.
Hey, you're not gonna. Hey, you better calm down. You're not gonna have any pudding on the boat, okay? You enjoy the museum. You follow us.
Look, old man.
You learn about history.
You're not gonna have any pudding.
the
about
people
history?
that
I
left
make the pudding,
reviews
so if you
that are
don't
in
both
the
calm down, no
inbox and
pudding for either
outbox
of you.
there.
What?
You don't eat your meat. You can't have any pudding. You
Okay.
can't have any
You
pudding.
have
You don't
any
eat your
pudding.
meat.
Eat your meat.
You have to fill out some paperwork or
Except-
something? Is there like a card or something? Like a gas card?
Are
Yeah, how
we?
many punches do we get for this?
Maybe some waivers, so you know if we get horribly scared and die or something.
We need I got a picture up, like we
Dude, we
survived
went
the
to
museum
prison.
at the
Nothing
end or
scares us
something.
no more.
True, true. I was thinking to get maybe some prison tats, you know.
Yeah, I tried to get a prison branding earlier.
Are
You
we?
don't want to get peed on.
Are we waiting on someone?
No, I think I paid for the 3 adults and 1 child, so.
I'm not.
Yeah, I don't know that Owen was awake, so.
Okay. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minute
2
warning.
minutes. 2 minute warning.
I'm so excited.
Oh. You know, you need a suggestion. Nothing, you know, maybe some pictures while people wait, you know, of like scary things on the wall so I could just gaze at them.
I think Tansy was commissioning a picture of Boggert and myself. I think.
Yeah, I need to get
That's
started
true.
on that.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, you know what? People just walk around and look at all, you know, they like to look at, oh, there's a crack in the wall. Oh, look at this. You know, oh, it's dirty right here. You want people to.
And,
Oh, there's a
and
pic-
since Elias is employee of the month, probably commission his first, since he's employee of the month.
Does he, Elias, do you do the sweeping and stuff around here? The vacuum, or, you know, the rug? Shake the rug out?
You gotta
I
beat it.
greet the guests when they come to the museum.
And when they get out of order, do you have the smacker?
Oh.
I've got the pig whacker behind the counter here.
Nah.
So this is like a tightly monitored tour, huh?
Yes. If you start touching the exhibits or getting out of hand, the bouncer will escort you to the door.
Huh?
I don't want to sit down. My butt. I have a butt problem.
All right, over here.
We don't want you to sit down either.
Yeah, I believe so. Everyone's here that said they were coming.
All right.
And if my child gets scared from the horrors, he's allowed to leave.
I'm not a child, and we are
That's
not
right.
related.
Children are not allowed unless they enjoy horrors and never-ending nightmares, and then they're welcome here.
Do you have? Are there any jails that we need to know about?
There's at least 2 jails in here that could cause. Yeah, it's all right.
I'm
It's
fine.
just-
It was a misunderstanding.
Okay, well, We signed the waivers and
Wait,
everything.
wait. You forgot to read the disclaimer, Bogatha.
Oh, we didn't decide.
I was going into the museum. I'm still here. We're not going in yet.
Make Derek walk first. He's afraid of ghosts.
I'm not
There he
afraid.
is,
I just
afraid
saw
of
him.
ghosts.
Maybe. Leave your
Sounds really
preconceived
bad.
notions.
My ex-wife's
go in
already
order,
here,
hi.
right?
I think they're starting.
Leave your preconceived notions of the normal world at this very threshold and enter the world of the mysterious, the unusual, and the odd at BoggOdd Oddities Museum. By entering the museum, you agree management not responsible for any and all incidents herein. Right this way.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Derek.
I'm going.
Nah.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Some sort of cat.
Elias, are you coming to join us?
I'm gonna wait for more guests.
Alright.
The doors will be locked. If you need to leave, please find one of us and we'll escort you to the exit.
As if you feel overwhelmed by what all you've heard here today, we'll be free to help you escape.
I signed your guest book.
Alright. At a blazing hot tropical freeport, there stood a quiet specialty cheese shop at the end of an alley. You're probably questioning if it's appropriate to locate a cheese shop in the melting heat. The answer is no. But not because of the heat, however. It was the feral cats. The cats had taken to begging at the cheese shop. As patrons were leaving, they would kindly drop a crumb or two, leaving the cats to wait for the next patron. Eventually, the roof support beams groaned and popped under the weight of waiting cats. The shop owner attempted to shoo them away at first, but then realized the cats would not touch the crumbs of the most pungent cheeses. A patron remarked, "It's so hot today, the stone walls are almost sizzling." As the patron rounded the corner, the shop owner sprang into action and, gathering the most pungent cheeses together, pressed them into the screaming hot wall where they melted, sticking them on. It really did work. To the cats, the stench of the cheese was so intense that they fled to the far side of the island. The shop owner rested well that evening, until suddenly the roof supports began to creak and groan and pop again. Running out into the dark to chase the cats off the bowing roof, the shop owner caught a glimpse of them in the moonlight. The cats first turned their eyes, then their beaks, toward the shop owner. Then the shop owner realized the roof was covered not in cats, but in hungry vultures. Yes. Any questions so far?
Is this the cheese from the actual shop?
It's similar to the cheese. The pungent cheeses are actually pressed into the hot stones over here. If you want to take a sniff of the pungent cheeses. Won't become overwhelmed.
That's some good stuff. A little high there, but a little dizzy. Oh boy.
The Great Northern Factory disaster took place on a particularly cold, dark, rainy evening. Main source of heat in the frozen north was a giant fireplace located beneath the smokestack here in front of us. The factory backed up to a large rock mountain, and the entrance of a great coal mine was built off of the factory down into the depths of the mountain. The top of the mountain was known as a habitat for an assortment of different animals. The employees of the factory found a particularly large snake roasting on the coals late one afternoon and proceeded to prepare it for their dinner pot. It wasn't unusual for someone to bring what they had to share, although they could not determine who had brought the snake. They made a feast of the snake anyhow and went back to work. As evening grew colder and darker, they placed more and more coals onto the fire. What no one realized is that the snake deliciously roasting on the fire had chased a rather plump sheep from the mountaintop. The snake and the sheep both fell over the ledge and landed on top of the smokestack. The snake had plunged through, further down into the coals below, but the sheep was wedged high above the factory. The toxic smoke had backed up and weakened most of the workers to the point they could not get out. By the time the panic began, all but 3 workers were killed in this tragedy. The death toll was said to be near 458 lives, and it would remain the largest number of people killed by a single sheep for at least 2 more decades.
Oh.
Bloody hell. Be careful about sheep.
There's a lot of scent warnings.
Bro, you gotta be careful about sheep getting into your ship.
Oh no, there's no scent over there.
Oh, there's a
yeah,
scent.
what if a sheep lays on top of the pipes? That's a good
Yeah,
point.
you gotta be careful. Your ship will explode.
You should sniff this. It's got a different
I'm
scent.
not gonna sniff it.
I sniffed the last one.
I mean, isn't this a scent museum?
No.
No, not everything has
Like a Scentsy? Is this a
There's some-
Scentsy?
No, there's some things you're not going to want to smell at all.
I like smelling things.
All right, well, you're welcome
How I
to.
found my ex-wife.
Management not responsible for any and all incidents here, including scents.
And now spiders.
Before you, here is a certified giraffe examination chair. It's been placed here as public service by the Giraffe Handlers Association. When a giraffe needs to be examined for multiple reasons, it's much easier to inspect the giraffe from way closer to their height. The doctor will climb all the way up to the chair, and the giraffe will be brought closer for inspection purposes. What type of inspections, you're asking? Oh, you over there. One purpose is to inspect whether the giraffe has the giraffe-like teeth or the less common human-like teeth, of course. But a far more common reason is to see if the ears have been laid with spider eggs again, as giraffe ears are known to be the perfect habitat for spider eggs. Laying their eggs in the giraffe's warm ear hair, they lie forgotten until the time comes for the hatching. If you have giraffes wild or tame near your home, be sure they're not shaking their heads frequently, as it is the first sign of the spider egg laying having occurred. If your giraffes have ears infested with spider eggs, the time will come. They will hatch, and the giraffe's head shaking will deposit tiny hatchlings all around and throughout your home. Oh,
Gross. I'm glad we haven't got a giraffe.
Do you have any spiders to smell?
No. There's a latrine way up high by the doctor.
Yeah, smell it.
There's a chamber pot way up there.
Speak loudly. I'm up high. Okay. Hello up there.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
sure.
Well, how's the job going? Have you found any spiders?
Nice view from up here, but yeah, that's about it.
Oh, he's not much of a converser.
No, it's not. It's not.
You're supposed to go, hey, buddy! How's the weather up there?
Oh yeah, I forgot. What's up, poppin'?
Oh, yeah, what's a peppin'?
He's not much of a converser.
Quaddles. In a far-off kingdom, a rotten king reigned supreme. He was known to frequently decide he had been slighted and place people in prison to be punished, or worse. The king unexpectedly ordered a particularly complicated feast from his chef Arthur in the middle of the night. The chef and the kitchen staff worked frantically, as tired as they were, to create this culinary masterpiece. The feast was a triumph, and the king later sent word to see if he may speak with the chef. Word arrived very early in the morning. The king would be to the kitchens within the hour, and the kitchen staff readied themselves for his visit. The king arrived with his guards and quietly toured the kitchens as he thoroughly inspected many of their things. Nothing was said, however, and the king looked at his guards as he approached the exit and nodded. The king's guards proceeded to destroy the kitchens, pots and pans and kitchen tools. The guards turned to the chef and told him, "The king would like you to know he's displeased with last night's feast. You forgot to serve sea salt instead of salt with his meal." The chef was aghast. He knew he had served sea salt, as he had prepared it himself. He only said, "I," before he was cut off, and he was told he was removed from the king's staff, and he would be placed in prison to await further punishment. The king felt assured mistakes would no longer be made in his kitchen, and as a test, a few weeks later, he had a new feast prepared for the opening of the king's tournament, at the end of which a victorious knight stood remaining. The king was so unhappy he felt he was slighted again, and that his favorite knight did not win, that he rushed the entrant, dagger in hand. The entrant flicked away the dagger and gave the king what was intended for the entrant. The king now removed from life and power, the entrant made their way to the throne and was seated. The shocked crowd dropped the facade of reverence for the old king and warmly cheered a new powerful leader. The guards, also shocked, but no longer hiding their contempt for the rotten king, said, "All hail the new king!" To which the entrant removed their helmet and said, "Queen." "All hail the new queen," the guards said. "What would you have us do, your majesty?" they asked. "Firstly bring me Arthur, the chef from the prisons." Arthur approached the new queen and quietly asked, "Daughter, what has happened? And are those my pots and pans you are wearing?" "It's time to explain it all," she said. "They sent them to me from the blacksmith shop for repair. You see, they did not know I was your daughter." She smiled pleasantly at her father as they waved toward the crowd over the tournament field and the cold, dead body of the former king. "You always said your pots and pans would bring us good fortune, father. You just didn't know how right you were," she said.
Well, it sounds like us, wrongly accused for something we did not do.
Yeah. I was a cook in prison.
The cycle continues. You were a chef.
Also? Yeah, that's a
Yep.
good point. I thought this was going to be the Genghis Khan exhibit, but I guess that's a later, right?
No. No, we haven't got that exhibit ready yet.
Oh, okay.
As we go into the next chamber, please do not be alarmed. There is a fire, but we will escort you in case the building does catch on fire to the nearest exit.
It's only an imaginary fire.
What? Quino, you smell a fire?
No.
That's good. It's good. I think you're fine. Smelling a fire is the first sign, you know.
Is it? I smelled cigars earlier. What does that mean?
Something terrible. On a roasting hot desert island, it rarely rained. House fires were happening very frequently. To help combat the fires, the residents used what they had to craft 2 fire carts. These carts, each pulled by the best rhinosaur that the island could breed, were filled with water and pulled location to location. Raspberry the monkey, found wandering an island used as turtle habitat, was a pet of the head of the fire cart haulers. Out on one of their first patrols, they discovered something unusual. Raspberry had been trained to pull a cart. They decided that given his constant insistence that he handed the reins, Raspberry would be trained to drive the rhinosaur of cart number 2. This worked more than well. Raspberry was already a complete natural at cart handling, needing no instruction at all. They even crafted a small seat just for him. This allowed the others to focus more on the fires. Months passed, and the carts raced to fire after fire, Raspberry excitedly guiding the cart all the way. Afternoon, after a particularly difficult morning of fighting a long series of fires, the bell rang again. It was time to ready the carts, and Raspberry could not be located this time. The head of the fire cart haulers went to Raspberry's room and found the monkey asleep in bed. Knowing the poor creature must be exhausted after the morning that they had, they had another member of the fire cart haulers pull the reins. They left without poor tired Raspberry and headed to the fire. Along the way, they spotted an unreported house fire, and they slowed cart number 2 to water the fires before catching back up to cart number 1. While spraying the house, the front door burst open, and a soaking wet Raspberry, extinguished torch in hand, emerged, not believing that Raspberry could be both asleep and at the scene of the fire. His bed was checked. Neatly shaped and arranged was a pair of trousers, made to look like a sleeping monkey. You see, Raspberry was wise at a great many things, like cart hauling and deception. Those were some of his greatest talents. He was returned to the offices at the Turtle Sanctuary where he was found, to retire from his very busy life. The fire stopped overnight, and the fire cart haulers were quiet until one afternoon a flare was fired and a representative of a neighboring island arrived. They wanted advice on fire carts, for they had been plagued with fires recently. They also needed a small seat in the front, as they had the oddest thing, a monkey who knew how to drive a cart.
What the balls?
Can't trust monkeys. Can't, no.
May we inspect the cart? I already inspected the cart, but may we approach?
Yes, you can look at the cart.
Your Honor? Quinoa, ask him about your theory on wheels in a joint.
Oh, yeah, I noticed actually. You have like buckets for wheels here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, it's a display, you'll see.
You think the bucket or the wheel came first?
Oh. It's hard to say for sure.
So, you know, if the bucket came first, that's technically a wheel.
But I think the cow came first because nobody had the buckets.
Did the chicken or the egg come first? Bucket or the wheel? Here you go inside the house. This is the house you lived in.
So did they ever have
I wanna
any
sniff,
theories as to why this monkey was
You
lying on its
move. I
fire?
can get out. You move.
You move.
The monkey won't.
You move.
Why the monkey was
You
lying
can
on fire?
sniff around me. It's a fine. Just let me out.
No, it smells
Don't
like shit.
push me in
You
here.
smell
Buddy,
horrible.
Come on, let me out. Okay, come on. Damn.
They're kind of loud.
Yeah, that's fire eel.
Tansy, you want to repeat your question and see if we can answer it?
Sure, yes.
Oh, I was just wondering if they had any theories about why the monkey was starting fires.
No. We're not really positive. It seems like Raspberry had some sort of... In order to get active and be able to pull the reins and draw the cart, maybe Raspberry was creating the fires?
Yes, he does have a charcoal tip on his tail there.
Is that Santa Claus?
No, that's the head of the fire cart haulers.
Oh, I mean, he's on the roof. He's trying to go down like a burning chimney, so I didn't know.
Yeah, that monkey was born rotten.
You think potatoes like that?
I think... No, not potato, but I do think Adam was born something else.
No, this is not a tavern filled with delicious libations. In fact, if you had been here 50 years ago, you'd be dead. It wasn't unusual a long time ago to place additives into your spirits to give them an interesting afternote, be it bitter, sweet, or bittersweet. It was an unusually crowded evening the night before and would be again at a combination inn and tavern. The tavern keep was too busy to go for the ingredients for a note to add to the drink for the next evening. The tavern keep's sibling was sent to pick up the rare, delicious, green sweet ingredient, Magistine. The herbologist, however, was also out, and in their stead the apprentice herbologist was working. The assistant herbologist mistook the requested Magistine for the more common pest remover, maggot stem. Nearly identical in both appearance and flavor, coupled with the unfortunate similarity in name, the switch was made. The maggot stem was delivered to the tavern and used to give the tavern's libations their signature smooth sweetness. As is custom with a spirit house attached to overnight accommodations, the drink poured heavily and quickly. The hallucinations began an hour into the evening. The vomiting began shortly thereafter. Ingestion of maggot stem is said to produce hallucinations such as liquid running down the walls, inanimate objects breathing, skies filled with flying animals, and the mistaking of human form for animal. The chaos of the visions, coupled with the vomiting, began a putrid battle inside the tavern, where each fought for their own life. Any who made it outside were driven back inside by the visions they saw in the skies. Those victors who survived the vomitous battle were said to have laid unconscious on these very floorboards until their heart slowed to death.
Yeah, speaking of a vomit and a visions and a stuff, Quinoa, can you shut your robe? Come on.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking
Please.
about?
Just stand up, please.
Thank you.
Is that a hospital robe?
Oh.
So if you need to throw up on, these are the floors to throw up on.
No, don't.
Oh, okay.
There's a reason
Well, I
that
mean,
they're
you know,
green.
I'll keep it in mind, because who knows what, if there's like a ladder portion and Quinoa goes up at first, I'm gonna need to use the freaking,
Look behind you.
freaking floors. I know, I was worried.
Something wrong with me.
There's nothing wrong with you, but the parts that are right are all on display with everything else, so.
Nothing wrong with that.
I know.
Just
I know. No, we don't need to have like a discussion about it and this stuff. You just keep your bits in your butts, and I'll keep my face in my.
Yeah, don't look at it then.
Face. I'm trying.
Keeping your face in your face. If you've been to a hot, humid, tropical island, you know all too well the heat can be unrelenting. Two elderly brothers were looking for their lost goats near their home when they stumbled upon something, a very large abandoned well.
Why
Oh, no.
every time?
Elias, we got a person in the
fell
exhibit.
into
That one in the well exhibit. Oh.
I think the water's contaminated now.
Well, that's it then.
It's trying
I
to
can keep him.
These are yours now. Elias!
See who's in the dive.
Hey, so I like to let you know that these new shoes I got do not allow me to do some things.
Yes.
How do I get?
Use your robe as a parachute as you drop in.
I'll
Catch
go
the
get
wind.
Elias.
Well, that works.
Oh, yeah, someone fell in the well.
Help!
Elias, we have one in the well, please.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
No.
There's two in
Oh,
now.
I thought that would pull me up to you.
And you smack them up here so they're not down there anymore.
Oh.
They think they live here now.
Yeah, good.
Son
You
of
get
a-
to keep them.
I'm crying out loud. I can't even look either.
Just use the ladder. Just step off the ladder when you're halfway up. It'll be fine.
Can't go up the ladder right now. He's up there
Yeah,
first.
I'd like to cash in on the insurance and stuff for both of them, because, they're dead.
I'm not responsible for any all incidents.
Oh, it's not that I'm not the only one having a problem here.
Nope. It's not the only one. What's the fear?
Just this way. Just step off the ladder this way. What you doing over there? Oh, here you go. All right, now you got him. Look at that, you're both
wow.
Phew.
Oh, you're fine. Let's introduce you to this display.
Most
Alright.
dangerous display award goes to this well.
Have you thought about like, some fencing?
No,
Yeah.
that'll
Don't
block the
worry,
view.
guys. Yeah.
Fencing blocks the view of the well. We don't want to do that. We'll have complaints. We don't want complaints here.
You don't want people following either.
No, that's... Shh.
I mean, I think most people will just know not to get so close.
You should have heeded the warnings.
Yeah, I thought, where's Elias? I thought he was supposed to be here to make sure this didn't happen.
We made sure you're out now.
Boy of the month.
Yes, a boy of the month. The two
You
elderly
forgot to
brothers...
sniff it while you were down there.
Oh.
Sorry. I think we're just gonna start talking. I'll shut up.
No,
Okay. It's
no.
back in there. Probably smells like a wet. Like a dog?
Oh,
in the
there's a
water?
rug in it too. Move some of the water out of the way.
Oh
Splash,
no,
splash,
he'll have to go into quarantine now for that.
Oh, he'll be fine.
Is there like a band list?
B, I think we need to start one.
Oh, excuse me.
Everything's fine.
Nobody look up.
Oof. Elias is here to protect the displays.
Okay.
Part of his job.
It actually, this smells very similar to the cheese.
Alright, well, there might be a reason for that. We'll get to it. Ah, there you go,
There you
Elias.
go, yes. If anybody gets too close, Elias will bump you over to the next exhibit.
Bump you on. I don't want to have to put up scansions to keep you at bay. Just
I'll just set the chair over here.
No. Okay.
Everybody's got their spyglass out, getting ready.
alright, now we're ready. The two brothers were looking for their lost goat near their home when they stumbled upon something, a very large abandoned well. The well had run low of water, but inside had a beautiful pool at the bottom. The brothers knelt beside the well lid above, and when they opened it, they could feel the cool, refreshing air blow past them. They thought about and discussed the well the remainder of that day and night. They awoke the next day with a plan. They would put a ladder into the well to see what was down inside. They slipped off of the final ladder rung into the cool, dark water and enjoyed the most luxuriously pleasant, soaking neck-high, perfectly chilled water. The water drained a bit more over time, and instead of floating, they now had to kneel or sit on the bottom of the well. This did not suit their aging frames, and they began to talk once again of a plan. It was decided to make the well a bit more comfortable. They moved in some furniture, using ropes and Boggert, who was found in time, to lower some things down from the hatch above. This would be their final plan. Their friend, who knew of the well and having not seen the brothers for some time, began to worry and look for them. When they approached the well, they could already tell something was wrong. The scent of mold and mildew and the end of life met their friend well before they got to the well. For you see, as they were soaking in the cool, damp richness of the well, the furniture was as well. The introduction of the furniture began a growth of mold and mildew and rot that first tainted the well and then outright poisoned it. As the furniture was slowly mildewing and molding from the outside, the cool, damp, dark backs of the chairs were growing a deadly fungus. Before that fungus was discovered, it had already started to emit toxic spores, which filled the well and the two elderly brothers.
So, I have a question. So, first off, I'm allergic to several of things and I get a sneezes. Second off, I'd like to point out there is currently furniture in the water right now. Are there not the spores?
No, that's... If you look at that furniture, it appears to be molding and mildewing, but that's all a diversion. We have painted that furniture. We painted it very, very well, so that it's not prone to molding and mildewing and such, and things like the rug. That's just painted to look like a rug. It's a rug that looks like a rug.
Yeah, but it's still the furniture in the water and stuff.
No.
Eventually, will it mold and mildew?
No, it'll be fine. We take it out periodically, make sure everything's fine. We do inspections, the whole like, so you don't have anything to worry about here.
There's more ventilation too.
This is why you filter your water 3 times.
Now, this is not an enclosed well like the brothers had. You can see there's a nice opening here where the air can circulate and get in there and make sure nothing nefarious is growing.
Okay. Just a checking, you gotta ask these questions, because the Quinoa just got a whole nose full.
Sure. Management not responsible for any and all incidents here. Alright, this one over here.
Which? Okay, this one?
Yeah.
Interesting chair.
All beneath a beautiful country estate lie a strange fate for those unfortunate enough to have encountered a pair of mad, noble women. They had a secret, which would have run the blood cold of those in the aristocratic circles they kept themselves in. The mad women had developed an unusual diet preference. Human toenails. Half-hearted soldier, drunken sailor, sea wench, they were all preyed upon. They went into the dark night to round up their victims. They would wait outside tavern and dance hall for those victims inebriated enough not to put up a fight. A bag over their head, about 6 spins around, was enough to knock even the stoutest person unconscious when they'd been plied with enough drink. They would be locked into the chambers on each side of me here, their feet scrubbed, cleaned, and their toenails trimmed, so as not to waste any of that most precious resource. I know what you're wondering. Why did they not just pull the toenails out at the root? After all, it's the sensible thing to do. Well, the sisters weren't monsters, you see. They were just hungry. They were very hungry. Each victim awakened dumped on the outskirts town, shoeless, sockless, pants rolled all the way to the knee, but their feet were beautifully scrubbed, and their toenails had been perfectly trimmed. The sisters were caught when they mistook a pair of sleepy officers for inebriated, and they were overcome by them, threatening with having their toenails pulled out at the root. It is a sensible thing to do. The sisters confessed the entire ruse. Afterward, they fell from grace and out of high society. They took on new identities, but they began to work at a wash house, trimming the nails of those who came to bathe, thereby continuing the ability to feed their insane, insatiable hunger.
Yeah, the town of 5 Torches is going to have a nail salon if Kanoa is going to open one.
I have a question. Did the sisters were they making toenail soup?
There's a possibility. I think they made a variety of different things, some baked goods.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. It's quite a delicacy. You gotta get the toenails just right.
Has like
is that why I woke up with
gelatin in it?
Oh, I don't cook it. It's just a delicacy I had when I was in Fishy Poshy.
Oh, you cook it down and you get some of the...
Are your feet okay? Because, I mean, you don't remember.
What? No,
Have you checked your feet?
Yeah, the doc checked out my feet and stuff. Actually, 2 doctors checked out my feet. That was kind of weird. I don't know.
That's suspicious.
Yeah.
You feet 2 doctor? That makes sense.
Are they all, like, cleaned and trimmed?
No, I think they look normal. I mean...
Okay, just
all
checking.
of it was... I think I got a sponge bath, but I don't know.
I mean, it was just a very familiar story. They waking up, you know.
What, you had a sponge bath while you were in the hospital?
I don't know. I was unconscious, but, you know, I woke up in a clothes and a clean and stuff, but they were not in my clothes, so...
Do you remember getting spun 6 times?
No, but shortly after the opium, everything was spinning.
Alright. If we're ready, we'll move on to the next exhibit.
Okay. What the balls is this?
I knew beautiful island Freeport was too close to the deep water ocean trench. The frequent ship traffic to and from the island angered the residents of the deepest waters. Many different creatures made their way from the depths to investigate the new disturbance, as the swirling waters mixed new warmer water deep into the formerly cool trench, as well as introducing new types of detritus into the depths. Mermaids from the trench seemed to grow much angrier, becoming a constant menacing presence in the water to teach citizens defensive tactics to protect themselves against the angry mermaids, as well as to ensure people would not fear nearing the profitable Freeport. The Freeport opened a training institute just off the shore. Seen before you are the standard issue training form, as well as, right beside me, the specialized mermaid training form developed at the institute. Normally housed in deeper water, this was used to teach citizens techniques to avoid or defend against angry mermaids. The mermaids seemed to realize something was occurring at the Freeport and really began to increase their violence. Eventually, they began to investigate the institute itself. making their way to the shoreside where the training forms were stationed. Instead of damaging the training forms, the mermaids began to study them, possibly believing them to be figures in reverence of themselves. It is believed that they took this as a sign the mermaid was a respected neighbor, and led them to stop their attacks completely. Unintentionally, the forms did work to protect the citizens. No one trained to defend themselves ever had to, and the mermaid forms were left in the water as a sign of continued mutual respect. Luckily for the Freeport, the mermaids had not witnessed the defensive techniques used on these forms.
So, I saw this one in a prison, but I have not seen that one before. Can we buy like that version?
Not this one itself. You may be able to get one from that Freeport that had them. I'm not positive which Freeport it came from, though.
Okay. I guess I'll keep an eye out.
You have trouble with the mermaids at your port?
No, actually, I've never had a mermaid trouble at all, but...
Well, that's good. You may not need a mermaid defensive. I don't know.
Well, you know, I was thinking about getting one of these, you know, like a you know, pop, you know, kind of fighting it and stuff, but, you know, maybe a taller one, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, the mermaid is much taller than you think. It's because they're in the water. They don't look as tall. You can't really tell how tall they are at all. Right, are we ready for the next exhibit?
I'm pretty sure all of us have been ready for this one specifically for quite a while, but you're right.
Oh,
Yeah, definitely.
Well, a skilled blacksmith made a fortune on board a ship, repairing the broken old wood stoves of a frozen polar region. A fortune that he intended to keep. Looking around his ship one day, he realized he had a dozen wood stoves that no one claimed after they were repaired. Needing to both remove the extra weight from the ship and also find a more suitable place to keep his treasure safe, he left the polar region for his home on a warm elephant island. He owned a small piece of that island that included a swamp. The swamp was home to many horrendous beasts, the least of which were endless amounts of spiders. He knew the perfect location for a hideaway for his treasure trove was a well-hidden cavern on the edge of the swamp. You would never see it unless you were falling into it. Covered in vines and growth, it was the perfect place, except it was home to thousands of very fast spiders. But he knew spiders feared one thing above all others, a larger, faster spider. To attempt to stop the spiders from living in the cavern as well as to add an additional shock should any unfortunate soul stumble into the caverns, he carted those old forgotten wood stoves down into the darkened mouth of the cave to create this monstrosity seen before you. Welding the stoves together and carving a stone plinth from the cavern rock itself, he successfully created a spider to frighten all spiders, and the other spiders fled in fear, leaving him the freedom to place his treasure deep into the now delightfully spider-free cavern. He went back to making more and more treasures, and he readied himself for a return to his cave. Upon his return to the island, he was looking forward to the spiderless cavern after he had fought his way through many of them in the swamps. He arrived at the cavern to find it was filled with elephants, bursting at the seams with elephants that chased him away from the entrance all the way back to his ship over and over and over. For you see, the only thing keeping the elephants out of the cavern were the spiders, and the only thing luring them into the cavern was the new multiple-armed scratching post someone had placed there for them to use.
Hey, Boggert.
Better to rule them all.
That's next on the tour, so...
It's time for refreshments now. Around the corner. Everyone's hungry. They're about to be sick.
Yeah. Just, yeah, 1 sec.
Right here.
Popcorn, get your popcorn right here.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. There's
Popcorn.
tubs and barrels here.
Oh, she's hungry.
Is this?
What do you do?
I
I'm
think I
pretty
forgot.
sure we could use this for.
You need some other stuff? I've got a couple of snacks on me.
Nope, these refreshments did the thing.
What's up, snacks? What? Yeah, huh?
Oh yeah, there's snacks there if you want
Popcorn,
them.
get your popcorn,
Oh.
popcorn.
Tansy made that popcorn special for our tours. It's fresh today.
Did you say it's a fresh to death? I'm not looking for
Ow!
that.
Fresh
Dude.
today. Freshly
I
made.
got kernel. I got kernel.
Right.
Management not responsible for any knowledge.
Get your fingers out of there, gross.
So I got this. I got this. Open up.
Lean down.
Yeah.
There it is.
There you go.
Yeah, that's why
Oh.
that guard in the prison only has 13 teeth.
Ooh,
We'll see the dentist here in a minute for that.
sure, we'll have a dental.
Yes, we got a dentist.
You know, you can pop popcorn and hot salt. You know that?
Hot salt.
Okay.
Yeah, just like a bunch of salt, and you heat it up, and you put the kernels in there. And
That's
they
for
pop.
that's for Tansy to know.
Yeah.
If you're... Wait, hold on. If you're heating up a salt, can't you just heat up the kernels?
Ooh, listen to that.
When the salt gets hot, and then it pops, and it flavors the corn and the salt.
But wouldn't it taste so
Okay,
much
sure.
better if it had some swift butter?
Is that what's on this, Jim?
No, but we should perfect the recipe a little bit. Let's add some swift to it.
You add some truffle
no.
oil.
You don't want people to try the swilk before they get a chance to try the swilk. You don't want to give people too much.
Okay,
swilk.
we're going to the next exhibit. Please do not reach inside the exhibit that we're going to pass here.
Over here. Way over
This
here
way?
is the next exhibit.
Is this an organ?
Yes. Here is what was once a beautiful, marvelous circus organ. This organ was a modern wonder, needing no one to play it and having no keys at all. It produced sound through steam, with a series of reused water and stovepipes, and could play the most beautiful melodies. It was pulled on 3 carts behind 3 elephants as the circus parade arrived in the towns. Playing all the while, it let the residents know the circus was arriving. The circus fell to ruin after the death of the ringmaster and owner. The ringmaster was thrown higher than the high wire act one evening by a pair of elephants looking to escape the circus life. The audience, seeing this tragedy unfold, sent out warnings to all they knew. Avoid the circus at all risk of peril. The organ was purchased at auction of items from a circus by a group of ne'er-do-wells with a plan. They would travel with this reassembled pipe organ port to port, playing friendly melodies for tips throughout the day. They would quieten as the shops closed and the people returned to their neighboring homes. Then in the late hours of the evening, they would stoke the fires of the steam heaters until they were raging. The beautiful music produced with gentle steam pressure became a howling, screeching, languorous noise. This caused the residents to flee their homes in terror, and the horses and animals battered their stalls, not knowing what beast was capable of such noise. The ne'er-do-wells would slow the fires eventually, only to issue this proclamation. The fires would be stoked repeatedly until the township was able to come up with a predetermined fee to pay the ne'er-do-wells to leave the port in peace. The ne'er-do-wells landed in a port as usual one afternoon. They played the beautiful music until the shops closed and the residents began to leave. They waited and went to the box on the top deck to get the wood for the fires. In the darkened port, instead of the residents being quietly asleep, the entire town was standing row after row, lining the harbor, staring directly at the vessel. The water was already flowing into the ship by the time the ne'er-do-wells could react. You see, the residents had been made aware of the approaching ship 2 days prior, and they had already formed a nice plan of their own. The pipe organ was dismantled by them and trod upon, resulting in these warped, discolored remaining pipes that you see here before you today.
Let me ask you this. You say this is the grand opening, so no one else has seen this exhibit yet?
Now we had one more tour group come through. Just before the Go Postal people were the first.
Yeah, that's fine. So they're the only people who have seen this exhibit, right? And they're the only people probably who have heard about this, like a, you know, bringing in the organ and playing the music and stuff, and then like a ransom and a junk.
No, there were two other people that were here earlier today. They took the tour with them. They just showed up randomly.
You know where they're from? Just checking.
I don't know where they're from, actually.
Okay. Well, you know, there's a lot of
C5, I
ports. What
think.
are the chances?
There's,
Let's see.
yeah,
C5,
C5.
perfect. Perfect.
Okay. Was that all the questions that you had?
Yep, that was it. You know, I just, you know, it's such a special event and stuff. I wanted to, you know, like see who we could share this with, you know, and like, you know, like a brotherhood of a museum goers and stuff, you know.
The people who've heard the warnings. You just want to know who else has been warned, I see. Sure. Well, it gives people things they can talk about with each other. You know, you can start a nice conversation with someone who's seen what you've seen. Yes, I understand. Right. It's very wise
of you. You know, there's probably a lot of people who haven't heard about all these events and stuff, and they're probably going to hear about them pretty soon, so... Yeah, that's true.
Hear the warnings. Stay for the stories.
Alright. Any other questions on this exhibit before we head to the next one?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, right this way.
Careful, everyone.
Be careful, don't fall into the grave.
Careful. Stand by the grave, don't.
Careful. Don't want to have to call Elias back again. Below us here lies the coffin of the final husband of the widow of Shallow Creek. She was called the widow because she had buried 12 husbands, 11 of whom were deceased.
Sounds like a quinoa.
She begged for help from the townspeople, as she said she was being haunted by the vengeful ghost of her most recent husband. The widows of the town tried to help her and formed a group which would sit in her home as the widow tried to get some rest. It was a quick rotation, for you see they all eventually stared straight again into the eyes of the man they used to know. Each night someone sat with her. Before the skies began to lighten, there was a shuffling behind them. One after another, widows fled the still darkened, creaking home. Once that group was exhausted, the widow still pleaded for help. The young single men were sent next, as they were thought to be less prone to fright. It was the same story, however. They all ran for their lives after gazing into the eyes of the dead man once again. The oldest woman in town, felt far too frail, asked, "May I go next?" She sat slumped. She sat slumped forward next to the warm fire in the chair, her eyes closed, her back to the room, when the ghost appeared. His long bony fingers reaching, clawing, slid up over the back of the chair and around the woman's frail, thin neck. From outside the home, a blood-curdling scream that chased the wolves back to their dens was cut short. The townsfolk worried for that poor frail lady, but humoring her, had their ears open in case she called. A number of them reached the steps of the cabin at the same time. They clambered to the front door, flinging it open. Standing tall over two bodies was the frail old woman. You see, what no one realized was that the oldest woman in town was also the wisest. Unable to sleep well in the cold nights due to her old bones, she slept during the warm daylight hours. Every night she watched the dead husband of the widow of Shallow Creek creep into house after house throughout the town. For you see, as people to sit with the terrified widow, her very much alive husband was looting their houses and then returning later to show his wife what he had stolen while the townspeople were trying to help. The oldest woman, however, went prepared, rolling pin in her sleeve, to expose the ruse of the widow of Shallow Creek.
You okay?
I've got a...
You having like a flashbacks?
Who?
What? You? Yeah, you said the oldest woman, and then it sounded like you were having like a trouble. You having like a flashbacks? You thinking about oldness?
It's hard for me to pretend to be old, so it takes time to get into character and everything. It really takes the wind out of you to try to pretend, you know? It's not easy.
Yeah, that's true. I could never pretend. It's difficult. Yeah.
Just making
You
sure.
said that she had 12 husbands and buried 12 husbands, 11 of them deceased.
Yeah, she buried 12 husbands, 11 of whom were deceased. You see that final husband? He never actually got buried. They just pretended that was the ruse. He never actually. Yeah. Now you're thinking.
I thought they buried him alive. Sorry.
No, he was never dead to begin with. That was part of the ruse. They tricked the whole town.
But if you're ever buried alive, always have like an emergency bell in the coffin so you can ring it.
Make sure you're buried with a bell. Yeah, you can. That way you can be heard underground.
No, can you make bells?
No.
Yeah. I'll find a bell.
There's one right there on the post.
No, you can't have that bell as part of the display.
I'll use one of the big ones, like the ship ones.
Sure, you can take that with you. You have to have a larger.
You'd be buried with that whole thing? What the balls?
I mean, yeah.
Surface area to cover.
Yeah, you're gonna be in a huge box. Like what? Like a
Well, I
mausoleum,
mean, if I'm not dead, that would be quite a luxury.
Can you be buried in the bell? Just stuffed in the bell and buried. Maybe.
There you go. That's efficiency, that is.
Yeah, didn't we have cousins that were in the stuffing business?
No, we didn't. We had cousins who were in the ice cream sales business.
Oh yeah, those fruit cakes.
What the?
I don't think you can use that word.
And some sort of ice cream sales. Deep in a prison lie a cold, dark, windowless cell. A guard routinely traversed the corridors. One prisoner they hadn't planned on having and didn't know the history of was a magician, trained in the art of lock-picking. Picking the lock came easily enough, but getting out of the area proved more difficult, as the cell was at the end of a long U-shaped corridor. The prisoner had nothing but time to plan, however, as they sat in waiting, day in, day out. They watched the guards, and they finally thought of their plan. The guards always took the same pathway through the loop, and they realized they could never go toward the guard or they'd be seen. But if they could go ahead of the guard, they may just make it out ahead of them. One problem, though, was their bed would surely be found empty as they were on their way toward the exit and freedom, causing the guard to raise the alarm bell.
What the balls?
Oh, yes. In an effort to fool the guards, they began to put away slices of bread and sausages in their pillowcase. This plan was nearly ruined twice on unplanned laundry days. They had to gorge themselves on the food that they had stashed away. But finally, a dark, moonless night came, dark enough for the plan to work. They neatly arranged the old bits of bread and sausage to form a vague figure, just enough so that the guards could see a body in the bed and give them time to slip away. The plan went very smoothly, and the prisoner escaped perfectly. The guards eventually discovered this ruse, and knowing the head of the guards and knowing what the hell he had to do now, they sat down for a most unwanted feast.
Gross.
It's just old sausages and old moldy bread.
It's people.
No,
Yeah.
it's not. There was no people involved.
Plus, it's in dirty laundry because it hasn't been laundry day in it recently.
Oh no, not
Yeah.
laundry.
Oh no.
The plague that follows us forever.
Dirty laundry. That's, yeah, unplanned laundry day. It happens.
Dirty laundry and the Dunder Chief and the stuff. Yep.
This one's about me, isn't it? Looks like me above.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, you are, old maid.
In a remote cabin, something unusual happened. The owner of the cabin grew older and more tired as the years were catching up to him. He thought he needed to bring vigor back to his life. He found a place where he could, for a price, order a tincture, promising to bring just that to him. He placed the order, gave his address, and was told, "Wait 6 nights, and you'll hear a loud bang at the door." He wasn't to look out for the courier, however. He was only to quietly wait for the 6th night. On the arranged night, he sat patiently waiting. A loud bang was heard at the darkest portion of that night. Nearly jumping out of his body, he realized only then he was a bit stronger still than he realized. He waited a moment and opened the door to retrieve the package bound in hides and tied to a large stone. He thought the bottle was unusually shiny until he realized a portion of the shine was coming from inside the bottle. He swirled that bottle through his fingers and stared at the cork top. He thought of his plan and he glanced up at the portrait of his loved one. He realized that the bottle may hold more than he bargained for. What if this turned back his aging? What if it stopped his aging completely? Could he decide when he was through this powerful elixir? He sighed and he realized, now that he held the power in his hand, what he missed was not his youth. It was that part of his youth that was not coming back. Angry mostly at himself, he flung the bottle into the fireplace, coating the back of it. The fireplace grew into and roared like a tiger, and spit flames across the room, eventually settling back into a normal fireplace once again. He wondered what magic was in that tincture, and he vowed to himself he would never again try to recapture that which was meant to be left in the past.
Yep.
Oh.
So, you think you get one of those?
One what? A fireplace?
One of those tinctures?
No. This one's just a replication. The original was shattered against the back of the fireplace, but...
Imagine...
Somewhere...
Yeah, imagine if we could get one, you know, we could...
Yeah.
We could put it on the ship. Imagine
Somewhere
how
out
fast
there.
that ship
yeah.
would freaking go.
Somewhere out there, there's this magical tincture that's floating around on the seas, but we don't have an actual bottle of it ourselves. However, it could still be out there somewhere. You just keep your eyes open for it.
Yeah, I'll send a bait to look for it.
Elias!
But no, you're not ready yet.
Dave.
You're not ready yet.
Ah, dang.
He's free. He set himself free, Elias. We're sorry.
Where is he at? He keeps. What is this boy?
You want me to punch his lights out? I can take him out right now.
God, I might fall in here too. Oh no.
What the balls?
He's been Kelly Mod.
Here before you lies the interior of the city offices of the Butcher of Butterfly Lane, as he was
Here
later known.
before me lies you.
That's true. Shown on the table here beside me are the actual repurposed tools that he used. Fancying himself a dentist, he was able to convince the local populace that he was legitimate. Using a plant known for hallucinogenic properties, he was able to cause patients to, in essence, mentally leave their body while lying on the bed here. He would then remove all of the teeth of the victim, promising only repairs to the teeth. Hello. Everything all right over there?
Yeah, we're gonna punch Quinoa as the lights out.
Oh.
Whoa.
The clockwork may do it. It's hard to say. Clockwork gets very angry sometimes. It's wound a little tight at the moment.
It's got to stick up its ass.
You would promise repairs to the teeth, but it was so much easier to convince them afterward that all their teeth were found bad, and therefore no work which he could not do to repair the teeth need be performed. You see, human teeth were a prized and highly valued form of carotenoid, similar to bone but with a much sturdier structure, once they had been refined properly. The fraudulent dentist would leave his office early in the day, and that was thought odd by the community, considering how many of them desperately needed his dental work. He had a nefarious reason for always leaving early. You see, he was tainting the water supply in the town with ground-up squid innards. Those innards still contained a powerful acid that the squid used to break down sharp shells that it ingests in its feeding cycle. And even once ground up and dispersed, those innards still had enough acid quality to weaken the teeth of the city dwellers to the point they all needed dental work, and thereby supplying the fraudulent dentist the teeth that he so desperately needed.
What the birds? Oh, crap, it's moving!
Moves around pretty frequently. It doesn't always move when you're not looking at it, so don't worry.
And we did acquire some of the teeth from for the exhibit. It's right here in the box if anybody wants to examine the few teeth.
I believe Mr. Quinoa lost a tooth earlier on the popcorn. If you'll give him one of those old discarded teeth, he can put it back in to replace the one that's missing.
Yes, Mr. Konoha, if you want to grab one of those teeth and lay right there on the table.
You could just eat them.
If you put it in the place of the old tooth and then you bite down really hard, it should pop it back in where the old tooth is.
Just lay right there and
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, this should be good. Yeah, I was trying to figure it out earlier. Uh-huh.
I could always hammer it in.
Why do you lay
Oh, it's a little slippy on the top. There, I think it's... There you go. Now it's back in. All right.
Is it in?
I believe so.
Oh, God! Why? I guess so. But you can be filed in a little bit.
That seems fine.
Let's have a look. Oof, it's a bit bigger than the rest of his teeth.
Well, it's all right. That'll
It's
push it down
jammed,
in there.
yeah, it's jammed in between the other two. It'll be fine.
It'll wear down over time, yes.
Yeah, you want to wear the top down to suit your natural palate. You don't want a tooth that's all small and it won't wear down properly.
I guess. I dare you to jump in.
No.
I'm not going to do it.
I was whispering that.
A packed cargo freighter named the Sea Slicer sailed through a fog-shrouded sea. It lurched high and low in the sea, crates groaning at its sides. On board amongst the crew stood a mere deckhand. As the ship passed through a shimmer, a mysterious event occurred. Every person, in fact every creature everywhere, disappeared, except for the deckhand. Calling out for anyone else, he realized he was totally alone. In fear for the crates, the contents, and the ship itself, the deckhand began to panic. He didn't understand the workings of the ship enough to get the ship under control. And without a crew to pull the sails and manage the ship's wheels, it seemed like a task he could not accomplish. Hello? Hello? Help! He pleaded. His plea was heard by the only other thing that inhabited the world. The figure stood just before him on the other side of the cabin door. But he could immediately tell the figure was not human. It had no facial features. In fact, it really didn't have any features at all. The ship careened out of control. Just as the figure reached through the doorway, the ship crashed to the shore of a desolate island. The deckhand was thrown overboard into the water just beside the shoreline. While running from ship and figure, the deckhand began to realize he wasn't breathing normally. With every breath he took, it grew shallower and shallower. The farther he made it from the figure, the less he could breathe. The world grew darker and darker until he finally went unconscious. The deckhand awakened to find himself all the way back where the voyage began. But the crew, the ship, and the cargo were never seen again. They say the shimmer figure waits just over the shimmer for its next crew. Will you be the one it spares, or will you never be seen again?
We did have a long discussion with the last group, talking about meeting their future me, and
there's some mysterious things going on at the shimmer. They say that they crossed the shimmer on board a ship, and when they got to the other side, they met a ship full of themselves. The other ship...
What the balls?
On the other ship, they were all asleep. But on the ship that they were on, they were all awake. So we think that the shimmer figure is somehow duplicating figures as they cross the shimmer, because it's looking for crew. And the more people, the more crew.
Oh, is that how they get the Navy recruits, because no one ever wants to join the Navy?
Just jump the shimmer a few times, and before you know it, you've tripled your crew, quadrupled your crew.
What the balls?
That's what the Navy does, I know it.
Any questions?
That's why I don't go to the C3. Something like that would definitely happen in a C3, so I'm not down.
popcorn, get your popcorn.
Popcorn, get your popcorn.
Another snack if you need one. We're almost finished with the tour. We only have 2 oddities left.
Okay, because I sniffed too much and now I gotta poop.
Oh, well, it's alright.
I think it's something, I sniffed something and it just kind of made things gurgle down there. So that's why I stopped, even you notice I stopped sniffing.
It could be, you never know.
It could be the popcorn, I'm not sure.
Popcorn that does that to me.
The story of this printing press began in the polar north. The freighter Frozen Sails was used to deliver supplies to a far-flung polar research base, where the Frozen Institute was located. On the slippery top deck of Frozen Sails, a crew member called out eerily, "Who's there?" They heard voices in the frozen fog, crying. The calling out stopped the other crew in their tracks. Soon enough, they heard it too. Enchanting voices. But they were not calling out in sorrow. They were calling out in song. By the time that the crew could raise the alarm, none of them wanted to any longer. Below deck, a sleeping crew member who was on a late shift was awakened. They were slid out of bed and across the sleeping quarters. Just as the crew member made it halfway out of the topside, the sails, sitting untended, whirled and snapped violently in the wind. The healing of the ship was so intense, crew members who were not already overboard were dumped overboard. The crew member was awestruck with horror. The crew member had plugged their ears with rolled cotton to stop the loud crew from waking them. They were now oblivious to the sounds coming out of the ocean, but they knew in an instant what was already happening. They were under the attack of the sirens' song. The masts, weakened by the whirling, forceful snapping, groaned and gave way. They crashed down through the decks below, severely damaging the hull of the ship. The crew member climbed into a dinghy, lowered it, and looked around. Those nearby were sickeningly diving underwater and swimming down into the now still blue abyss. The survivor rowed and rowed for hours in the frozen waters until they reached land. They staggered onto the frosty shores, called out, and collapsed. They had made it to the island of the Frozen Institute after all, and they would very soon be found. But the same was never said for the frozen cells and her crew. They drifted downwards into the darkened depths below. The survivor decided to print a book to tell the tale of that horrendous day. They used the boards from the dinghy that they survived in to make this printing press behind me. It is said that the sea sirens placed a curse on that dinghy because they did not get the chance to clear the ocean completely that day. The now cursed printing press here before you is said to be able to at times call out to those nearby, asking them to climb into its gnashing jaws. It is rumored to have eventually devoured the crew member who created it. And now we wonder, now is it satisfied? Or will it strike again?
Wow, okay.
Yeah. No reaching through. Don't put your hand through it. It's set back a
Yeah,
pretty...
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not.
All right. Well, you never know. People are nosy. People are handsy. They want to put their hands on things. It's pretty dangerous in there. Could
People
call
are
it.
nosy, huh?
Almost touched it.
Uh-huh.
That brings us to our final oddity here today at BoggOdd Oddities Museum.
Okay. What the bars?
In front of you stands Hura, the oddity of Itch Meadow Farm. Born during a hurricane, it is believed that she was born midair, the wrong way around. She has been utterly convinced she is standing the right way up and cannot be corrected. She does not use her hooves. She drags herself along the ground with her horns and wiggles side to side in order to get around. She is able to see the berries on the underside of bushes that the other animals miss. So maybe she's a new adaptation of a species in order to fill a void. Her hooves must be filed down regularly, as she does not wear them down naturally. She produces what her original owners at the farm referred to as wrong way milk, in that it comes out the wrong way around. It is said that by not hanging down into her udders and cooling, that milk is able to stay hotter for a longer amount of time. And it produces a sweeter, more mature milk with a caramel flavor undertone that is prized over regular milk. Boggert will give you a sample here today. We call it Swilk here at BoggOdd Oddities Museum, and you're welcome to try a sample yourself.
Step forward and get some Swilk.
That's not bad.
That's a lot sweeter than your standard.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is.
Wait a second. Do you have to wash the swim?
No, it does not have to be washed. It's not hanging down at the dirty end of the udder. Instead, it's kept inside the clean part of the cow. So it's not hanging down there where all the nasty stuff is. So, we're able to
It
just...
reminds me of one of my. Never mind.
What?
Oh, hey, we're not going to have that discussion of cleaning your milk.
So Is this the part where we tell you which ones we think are fact or fiction?
No, no.
Thank goodness. I thought he was gonna tell us about Sophia.
I think this is definitely fact. I think that happened for sure.
Oh, yes.
This one might be fiction.
No, none of them are fiction. All of these
Sure?
items.
I thought we were supposed to come here and guess which one's fact.
No.
It's a museum. It's a museum. It's all true.
Mm-hmm.
So distrusting.
All
Like
of it.
14 truths and 2 lies?
Welcome to tell us which one was your favorite oddity, but you're also welcome to sign the guest book here by Boggert.
Oh, I already cited the way we came in. So.
There's also blank letters if you wanted to. Just kind of write us a letter, and we'll accept them at the end.
Oh,
Do you have postcards?
no, we don't have a postcard, unfortunately. We'll have to get one made with a nice picture
Yeah, like
on
one
it.
of those little
Ooh,
copper
nice.
things where I put my piece of copper in and it comes out as a souvenir copper coin.
Yes.
The book's in there now.
Someone suggested postcards, so we'll have to think of a way of making postcards.
A keychain.
Okay.
Well, that one's definitely fiction. This one didn't happen. This is fiction.
I feel like maybe we shouldn't leave him wandering around in there.
That concludes the tour today at BoggOdd Oddities Museum.
Uh-oh, we lost them all. We're getting ready to lock the doors. Oddities
we were
make...
just talking about, cool
The
stuff.
fiction of this one.
No, there's no fiction. All of it is perfectly unfictionalized.
It's all very believable.
That's correct.
But I feel like just fact or fiction.
No.
It's beyond belief. I can't believe it.
Okay, I still have 2 in the clicker.
I believe it. So,
all right, that's good. Well, we carefully curated these
especially the
objects.
shimmer man. I've definitely seen my doppelganger.
There's always a chance out there. Something weird and unusual.
It's like a purgatory in between those zones. You get stuck there. You ever try to go between the X of the 2?
There's a here and a there, and there's a
I always
somewhere
go for the X.
between.
The in-between. Yeah, I always go for the in-between of the 2 shimmers. The edge of space and time. You ever been there, Elias?
Thank you for visiting. Please attend the tour again soon.
Oh yeah, comment card. So yeah.
Yes, if you enjoyed the tour, we accept any form of donations.
Oh yeah, I have. Oh yeah. I have the donation. I have for the kids. And stuff.
There's no requirement of a donation. Oh.
Thanks for the follow. Welcome in.
There you go. A flute. That's about all I've got on me at the moment. Unless you want crab.
You might want to write something. It's gonna take me forever to write something.
And feel free to come back. Exhibits
Hand me
will
that
be
flute.
rotating in and out.
Hand me the flute. I want to see if it works.
Ooh,
I'll
the
take
flute.
a letter and envelope and go, and I'll mail you my comment card.
It costs 2 silver to mail junk.
Well, you can just take it out of my pen pal tab.
There's pieces of paper here if you'd like to leave a review.
That's a flute.
That's not a flute.
Yeah, it was thrown down. It looks like it's been soaked in the waters or something. Did you find this in the ocean?
Maybe you're playing it backwards.
On the shore. I found it on the shore.
Yeah, here you go. Here, have this as well.
I probably washed up.
It seems like it's wet on the inside.
Shake it out. Turn it upside down.
Well, I've been very sweaty.
Yeah.
That's
Also, go check out Telescope Show.
That knife was used
he's
by my ex-wife to
done
open
a
up
lot of the
letters.
storylines behind everything.
Cursed.
So,
I give it to the Alien Museum now.
At this point, I think you're cursed.
Maybe. Probably have a lot of bad karma floating around. My, 27 ex-wives, I
27.
only
I thought you
assume
were
I
up
could
to
have
28 now.
2 to
He
3
did a whole
kids
list
per
earlier.
ex-wife. Yeah, I did the whole list. All 27. At least 27. That's as far as I can remember. If they start sending me mail, I'll let you know if I find another one. But luckily, I moved so much that they can't find me. I don't want to pay it any support, so you know what? I'm telling you all too much. They're gonna find me now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you do birthdays here and social events, weddings.
Birthdays,
Bar mitzvahs?
anniversary, bar mitzvahs, yeah.
Sweet 16, quinceañeras.
If we do sweet 16 parties, it can't be kids that are afraid of the horrors.
Is that for 16 people?
Oh yes.
Yeah. They're sweet. The candy party for 16.
Oh,
So you do
that makes sense.
funerals and or galleon
waves are
sinkings?
so big up front.
Wedding anniversaries. Do what?
Look how big the wave is.
Oh my goodness, it's raining out here. It's hard to tell
The wave
sometimes.
is so big.
It's an oddity museum. It's supposed to have a big wave. It's part of the.
Oh, she's been swept out.
Yeah, Boggert out to sea.
Boggert is out to sea.
No, I'm
Good
fine.
luck out there.
You gotta
You
be
go in one
careful.
way, you come out the other. I'm fine. I'm right behind you.
You gotta be careful of the,
Oh, look, your next
the
tool's here.
berry table or berry dock.
There's a ship out there. There's more ship out of the ocean.
Yeah,
than
we
this
had that same problem. We almost hit a rock coming on the way.
That
Whoa.
ship will be destroyed at
Oh.
sea.
It might
The
be.
Shimmerman is coming with his waves. Take someone. Someone escaped.
That could be. They could be leaving the shimmer now, prowling the open ocean.
Does anybody have a spotlight? Maybe we can steer them away from the shore.
No. Whee!
Well, what is the name? Is this like an odd wave? Like, is there a name for this type of wave you have here? Like a cursed wave, or?
Yeah, it's
And-
probably cursed. It's probably the oddities drawing the water. It's probably the shimmer figure over there, drawing the waters higher. Doesn't want their story to be told. I think that's our neighbors arriving home. I know it's very shallow over there, so they're probably being
You got
careful.
neighbors?
Yes, we have neighbors.
Something knot. Can't read the whole thing. A framed knot?
I don't know.
That's what the boat.
Afraid not.
My eyes are nothing.
Not raining anymore.
No?
Your
Okay.
bandages won't get wet.
You sure there are 17 oddities?
Yes.
Does that include like a people or just exhibits?
Just exhibits. We're not part of the oddities, we're just old, that's all.
I'm not too sure I saw 17.
Yeah, there's 17 in there. You weren't counting while you were looking?
No, hold on. There's the knights made out of pots and pans.
Already
There's
skipped
the
some.
monkey. Huh? No, I'm just counting what I remember. There's the monkey. There's the shimmer figure first. There's an upside down cow. There's the
Sheep.
puke floor with the balls on the chair. There's the spider, there's the teeth, there's the toenails.
Yes.
And
You're missing the cheese shop.
oh, the cheese cat. Cheshire cat.
There's a sheep on a smokestack in there.
The sheep one. And
And
the
then-
giraffe ears.
Yes,
ear, nose, and throat.
examination chair.
And then there's the one with the monkey,
I said a monkey already.
The fire cart.
and
There's
the cow.
the armor, the
There's the
pan
mushroom
armor.
everyone dove into over and over.
There's the mushrooms. There's the what? What, Derek?
The pans, you know, the armor suit made out of cooking
That's
pans.
the one I said at first. What the
Okay.
balls? You guys are counting.
I
them
wasn't listening
like
to you.
3 times.
There's a dungeon filled with toenails.
Yeah, I did that one.
There's a mermaid
We're only up
training
to 12.
farm.
Oh, the mermaid one. That's 13.
There's a spider cave.
Yeah, I did that one.
There's a
Did you
circus
say about the
organ.
cow?
Yeah, I did the cow. What's circus? Oh, organ. Yeah, that's a
There's an
14.
organ. Yeah, there's a widow of Shallow Creek with a grave.
All right, the grave. That Cronoa did not get into. That's a 15.
There's a sausage body in there. You didn't mention that one.
The freaking sausage buddy. That's a 16. And you guys, 17. Awesome.
Oh, there's a fireplace. You didn't mention that one.
What the fireplace? Oh, the one that grew
Fireplace.
3 sizes that day. That's a true.
That one.
Wow, 17 for reals.
Yeah, there's 17.
Yeah, Derek's afraid of ghosts.
I'm not afraid of ghosts. I just saw one in Elias's house one day.
Uh-huh.
I did.
Cool.
I'm not afraid of them.
You know,
I
when I
just saw
see a
one.
ghost, I'm like, that's not a ghost.
Well, if something's there looking at you and flickering in and out of existence, you know,
Like a shimmer figure.
kind of, yeah, like a shimmer figure.
Elias? Wait, where's Elias? Elias!
Elias is tired, I think.
Yeah, I think he's already locked the doors and swept the lobby out.
Does he have a shimmer in his shop? A shimmer shop?
It was on top.
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, how could there possibly be a shimmer figure without a shimmer in the shop?
That's a good question.
Has Elias crossed any shimmers recently?
Well, we left yesterday. We went across a couple of shimmers yesterday and back
Yes,
again.
we went to the post office. Did you know the Going Postal have its unclaimed properties? For 5 silver, you can purchase some unclaimed property.
Bought a letter. and
Yeah.
it had 10 silver.
I did. Wait, what?
Yeah.
I bought a letter and it had 10 silver coins inside.
What the balls?
It said it's that stupid money from that stupid bet. And it was signed from one person to another.
Yeah, all I got was a membership program. Said that I was already gold membership. If I wanted to upgrade to the diamond membership, I have to pay 24 gold.
Whoa, that's a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot. He didn't enjoy it, however. He's still thinking about it. You never know.
Yeah,
I mean, it might have a good perks. It's a gold.
yeah.
Is it-
I can't
the
remember
jelly
if
in
it
it?
was the Schooner Club or what. I couldn't. I didn't read it all, but it was some gold membership club.
Okay. You guys like a schooners? You trying to join a schooner club?
I think Elias mentioned something interested in the Schooner Club.
Elias
Well,
is
yeah,
our
of course.
shipbuilder. He'd have to be the one to decide if we need to join a club.
No, it's not. It's not like a
Charge
bad.
all
No.
schooners.
He's in. He's down to join DTJ. You know, but you guys, you know, you make your own choices and stuff.
Yeah, well, that's true. We may ride along. We have a lot to do here as well, so you never know. We can always ride along, though, too.
Imagine.
You don't allow rafts, do you?
Oh, schooner club.
Alright, good. Good. No, I was just...
No galleons.
No galleons.
Yeah, also no galleons.
You want a galleon? That doesn't make any sense.
Speaking of all the freaky junk you guys know, you know anybody who lives like alone in a castle? Just checking.
Alone in a castle?
What castle?
Any castle. We're just looking to rent a space, you know, and so we're trying to find the people who might have like a big building that no one's using because they built it, but they live alone, you know.
No, I don't know of anyone. Lives alone in a castle.
Okay, well, you know, just keep your peepers peeled and let us know if you find them. You know, we're looking for like a cool space to just use, like a rent.
Hot castle or cool castle?
Yeah, either is fine. Yeah, I guess.
All right.
Not as hot as here though, cause that's too hot.
No, not here.
Listen, I bet it's in like sort of cold areas. You know, it's always cold and like dark stone castles.
Cool
Yeah, of
castle.
course.
Yeah, that sounds more like it. Now we'll keep our eyes open and keep our ears open as well for some sort of castle for rent. Sounds very interesting.
Yeah, you know, we're just looking to put on like a little play and stuff, but we need the setting, you know, so. Yep.
Oh, all right. Well, you're welcome to put on a play here if you ever need to.
It's possible, but I don't know.
Oh, all right. No, it's fine. Either way.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, cool. That's cool.
Oh, if you'll give me just one moment, I'm sorry.
You okay there?
Yeah, I was just looking at something.
Got you. Oh, I get you.
Thanks for the tour.
Yeah, it was really
Yeah.
impressive actually.
It looks bigger from the outside.
Well, I'm glad y'all enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was cool. Are you looking to put like a ducks all the way around to the town?
No, I think that's all we're going to do.
You ever thought about having an animal parade
Nah.
on your ducks?
What do you mean an animal parade?
Just get some animals and you color them up and just parade them.
We figured once people start hearing about the museum, these docks are going to be so crowded that nobody will be able to walk by each other.
You'd have to hire more people to give tours. Or have like an automated tour.
One person per exhibit.
This is 17 people. That's a lot of money. Holy balls.
I like to recycle my knives.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Why are there so many pigs out here? There's a pig on that.
Need to start selling the eggs.
That was really awesome, Boggert.
Oh, thank you. I hope you enjoyed the tour. I'm glad you finally got to see what we've been working on.
Me too. It was really neat. And you're such a good storyteller.
Thank you. Well, I try. I think everyone liked the popcorn as well. It was really good.
Mm-hmm. I think it would be probably really good with the swilk. If you could make
Milk butter. We could make a swilk butter to put on there. I hate for people to know they're trying the swilk before they try the swilk, though.
Oh yeah, that's true. Maybe a little bit of the special popcorn or something.
We could hand it out when we hand out the swilk. We could say we have swilk or we have swilk corn if you would like some.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. You hear that, Bud? We can start handing out the swilk, but also hand out a swilk corn or something along with it. We don't want to hand it out partway through. We want to make sure that people are at the end of the tour.
Yes, definitely.
I'll update
Looks
the
like
sign.
Owen's pulling into port.
Oh, all right.
Oh yeah. Too bad he missed the tour. He'll have to catch the next one, I guess.
Yeah, it'll be the next one.
Yeah, it will be open tomorrow. Elias has already locked the doors.
Yeah, that's true. Elias said, no more.
Well, did you need anything? I think I'm going to retire.
Don't need anything. I think I'm retiring as well.
Yeah, I'm good too.
So, have a good night.
Get a scooter!
You guys have a good night.
I was thinking of a galleon, actually.
What?
A galleon.
I'm sorry, did you say something over there?
Not.
A galleon. So much paperwork. there's a in and out box. Thanks everyone for joining me tonight. And the museum is open. So we'll send out advertisements to the people and through going postal. So seek out the going postal people and get a flyer. So thanks everyone. Have a great night. Bye now.